Okay, we are at 11 o'clock. We have a good number on. So Leanne, if we're ready, I think we can go ahead and get started.
Yes, I think we can. Welcome everyone and good morning. Welcome back to the review of the CASAC final reports for the particulate matter ISA supplement and policy assessment. We have 8 more hours of scheduled meeting time, including on Friday, March 4th. I expect we will need more time to review the policy assessment than the ISA supplement report. So I ask that the panel strive to complete our review of the ISA supplement today within at most the first hour of today's meeting. We will begin where we left off on the consensus comments in section 3, part B, which is on page 7 of the draft, not the number of pages into the document, but the page number at the bottom. I note that we have comments that were posted to the public from Mark Frampton on 2 topics in the remaining draft. I haven't heard of any other topics for discussion from any other panelists. So I ask when we go through the remaining parts of this document and the next one, that panelists focus their remarks on substantive edits that will change the thrust or meaning of our comments. If you have minor wordsmithing edits to propose, please just send those to me and to Aaron. We can make minor edits to our report without public discussion. Also, when we get to the letter, we don't need to bring up changes that were agreed upon in public in our discussion, as Aaron and I will ensure that they get incorporated into the letter. So unless I see any hands, we'll go ahead and get started. We're on page 7 of the draft, and B is only a sentence, and maybe all the way down to the bottom of the page. We'll wait till up to line 38. Mark had comments on it starting on line 40. So first I want to see if anybody has any suggested changes or edits on that page up through line 38. Okay, not seeing any hands. Let's go on to the paragraph that starts on line 40. Well, I guess it's just a sentence. Mark, do you want to summarize or what your concern was?
Sure. Well, first of all, that one sentence paragraph where it says in section 331, the EPA could consider including interpretation result from studies that include race within indices of vulnerability. I just wasn't sure what that meant, and that may just be me, but it wasn't clear to me what we were asking for here. So maybe just a little rewording or explanation of that. And I'm not sure that requires a lot of discussion. Maybe it does.
George. You're muted, George.
I apologize. To continue on that same 2 lines of the next sentence, I have no idea what it means. Race is not a necessary component of vulnerability. So if we're going to leave that in, maybe expand a little bit on it. So we're talking both of these sentences, I guess.
Yes.
What about just dropping it? Would anyone have any concerns with dropping this text? Michelle.
Yeah, so I guess I also am not exactly sure where we're going. I think that this is obviously a really important issue. I just want to raise the idea that the word vulnerability is not used consistently, even within epidemiology. So I know that many people in some agencies separate vulnerability and sensitivity and so on, but they are not distinctly separate in conversations, in public conversations, in policy, or in science, or even within epidemiology. So I know what they're talking about. The sentence that's written, race is not not a necessary component of vulnerability, but like, I think that sentence is problematic because of the lack of consistency of how this language is used. So my suggestion for lines 40 and 41 is that it either be expanded or taken out or reworded, not left the way it is now, basically. This may be a situation where there was a more complex thought, and then when it got shortened up, this happened. Oh, looks like Stephanie's going to fix it for us.
Good. Go ahead, Stephanie.
I can't promise to fix it, but I think where it stems from is that there were several studies included that had composite indexes or indices of vulnerability that included both aspects of socioeconomic status and race versus ethnicity. And I think this comment was trying to tease out those studies and to not think about race alone as being part of this composite social vulnerability, but that it could be one particular component. So I can try to rephrase it a little bit. I think maybe it was Christina who might have tried to synthesize this comment, and I don't know if others who were part of this group want to weigh in here, but I can take a stab at adjusting it a little.
Okay, Neetha, and we could probably, based on this discussion that we want to get rid of the word vulnerability and that we need to edit it, we can probably do the wordsmithing offline, but go ahead, Neetha, and let us know what you think here.
Yeah, I was just going to agree. What happened is in that section, they combined the composite indices that included race, and then those that also just included socioeconomic status in the same paragraph without distinguishing the two from one another. And so this was to highlight that when you do that, we should be more purposeful in stating that those composite indices include race, and make comment on that. So I'm happy to work with Stephanie and run it through our group before sharing back the edited text.
I think the way you just said it is much clearer to me. So yeah,
Okay.
I'm fine with editing it.
All right, great. So it sounds like we have consensus that this is going to stay in, and we're just going to reword it so that it's clearer, that we remove the word vulnerability and that we make the point clearer. Thank you. And then the next paragraph Mark also had comments on. So Mark,
Yeah.
suggested removing that. That's on page 8.
Yeah, and this is a paragraph talks about including panel studies in future PMISAs. And I mean, I think the 2019 ISA did include panel studies in its review, and then those weren't re-reviewed in the supplement. But I think generally panel studies are included as part of the comprehensive ISA. So I don't think this is necessary. And I would favor taking it out. I think this is Dave Rich's comment. So Dave might want to comment on that.
Well, I think I was just saying that we want to make sure that those are included, but I don't have a problem with taking it out. Nothing too strong there, Mark.
Okay, so we'll strike that text as not needed for this particular document. Thank you, Christina.
I think also that Jeremy also discussed that as being an important point. So if he's on, I wanted to know if he wanted to comment.
Well, I mean, I think that my comment regarding the panel studies was that that I felt like some of the findings themselves were a bit neglected and kind of put together or pieced in a somewhat disparate way in various sections, and that maybe that they should be treated as having insights based upon their unique designs. But I agree that they are addressed. I felt like maybe some of the lessons from the panel studies are subsumed within the other sections. So that was my point.
I think it's fine to take it out if you need to.
Yeah, I don't have problems taking it out.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Let's move on to section 4 on welfare effects evidence. That starts on page 8, line 21, and ends on page 9, line 6. Does anyone have any suggested edits here? George.
Yeah, you may, a few of you saw the email I sent this morning. EPA or OAQPS did an urban-focused visibility assessment back in 2010, which is not mentioned in any of these documents. I'm wondering if it's worth adding a note and a pointer to that. It's a lot of good information. I'm a little concerned that we sometimes forget the history of where we've been in previous reviews, and that might be something worth pointing out. More of a question for Judy, I guess.
But this is just a supplement.
True. And that could also go into the policy assessment piece.
Yeah, I mean, that is an important point, because this supplement had very limited scope. And so I don't know if our comments probably the policy assessment, of course, had to incorporate a broader scope than the supplement did. So I thought, so I guess the question is whether, it seems like that's a good point, but whether it belongs here or whether it should go into a mention of the policy assessment to acknowledge the history.
Yeah, I'm happy with it being in the PA, not here.
And related to that, Judy, I'm recommending that we not put in the additional text that you wanted for in the introduction that you mentioned last meeting, but that maybe if about climate and its importance, I think that's what it was with the extra references. And I would say that related to that these points are somewhat related, and that they go either in your individual comments or in a place that's better, which I guess here is the policy assessment. Anything else about section 4? Okay. Section 5 is on page 9, lines 17 to 25. And one comment I'll note that from the draft that I received is there were a number of quite helpful, very specific comments that I thought were a little detailed for our consensus comments. So I edited, that's on starting on line 23, I edited it just to say that we asked that EPA incorporate specific proposed edits that are in individual comments instead of including all those details here. So just wanted to call that to your attention. Any further comments on section 5? I'm seeing silence, so it sounds like we're ready to move on to the letter. So now we go back to the very first page of the document. My question is there any comments for page 1 of the document? And I note I already have flagged, again, this is consistent with what I said earlier, I already have flagged that we'll move the process comments up in the letter. So that would go before line 42. We don't need to revisit that here. So moving on, not seeing any hands, moving on to the second page of the letter. I have some minor wordsmithing edits that Mark sent along for the paragraph that starts on line 4, the sentence that starts on line 8. And the other thing that I wanted to propose was striking the word statistical significance from line 36 to 37. That's actually, thanks to Jason Sachs, I realized that after looking, that wasn't mentioned in the consensus comments, and I'm not sure how it ended up in the letter. Mark.
Sorry, trying to find the mute button there. So I'm not sure when you were referring to wordsmithing by Mark, whether you were referring to me or the other Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark Frampton. My apologies.
Because I had also sent a little something about that second paragraph starting on line 19, just where we say the text on causal modeling methods should be reworded. I know this sort of refers to the fuller document later, and we had a whole discussion on that, but I sort of wonder whether here it's worth just to make sure it's clear about the interest of taking out the word causal there, and when it says just below employing such methods, saying something like we discussed employing such or employing novel epidemiological methods or something akin to our discussion yesterday on this.
Yes, so that's consistent with what I was saying, that since we had that full discussion, Aaron and I will go through and make sure that the wording of this is consistent with the discussion we had at our last meeting. Thanks for bringing that up, though, because this is a particularly important point, I think, that we want to make sure that we don't miss. So I flagged it again. David, Rich.
So I'm looking specifically at the paragraph that starts on line 33.
Yes.
And just some, again, had removed that statistical significance as you described, but making it clear that, for example, on line 37 or 36, there should be consistent presentation, and I had wanted to add some text of effect estimates, give some examples, hazard ratios, relative risk odds ratios, and their confidence intervals, including the pollutant concentrations to which they're scaled. And I think those are important things that need to be included in there in that text. I can send it to you there, but I think it's a little more than wordsmithing.
Yes, thank you. And I would appreciate that in writing so that I don't have to scramble and get it right in my notes. Yeah, that's helpful. And I agree, that's more than just wordsmithing. Christina.
Yeah, pretty much David was just saying what I was thinking of in terms of the issue was that there was no measurement of the error around the effects estimates. So it's great that he's already thought about some language for that.
Thank you. Jeremy.
It just also the descriptions of exposure measurement is a little bit clunky too. Are you meaning that the various metrics used to characterize exposure in the studies, is that what you're thinking here?
Well, it got distilled from what we said in our consensus comments, which was also fairly brief. So if the distillation is, you think, too curt or too misleading, we should edit it.
So what do you think this term description of exposure?
What do I think it means? Yeah, I would say it probably means how exposure is characterized.
Okay. Yeah, I'd probably prefer something more straightforward.
Okay. Like that?
Like that.
Okay, thanks. And you feel free also to send Aaron and I an email about this if you have some specific wording. That would be helpful. John. John.
I just wanted to make sure, because it sounded like David was suggesting rewriting about the exposure piece. No? Okay, he's shaking his head no.
No,
I just want to lose the individual level versus community level characterization of SES, because I think that's important.
Just mine was just putting in additional text in front of all of that, that just said consistent presentation of effect estimates and their confidence intervals.
I thought you said something about exposure. That's why I was concerned.
Well, no, I left that and then saying that was right before that. So,
Okay.
no, I agree with what Jeremy said on that as well.
Thank you. Yeah, sounds like this paragraph got way too distilled. Barbara.
Well, we had discussed also how important it is to have exposure distributions. Now, many of these studies probably don't have those, but that's the other piece besides how exposure was measured. What are the distributions? I don't know if that's worth. I'm just saying that out loud so Jeremy can think about it when he edits that little tiny phrase.
Thank you.
Think about it.
Any, Jim?
I have a comment on a different section, so maybe we want to finish up this section to see if anybody else has a comment on this section, and then I had a different section I wanted to go to.
I think we're ready for that.
Okay. I wanted to go to line 16, and I'm trying to remember what our conclusion was about saying the causal framework weight of evidence was the best tool available. Did we decide to keep that language or not? And the reason I bring it up is, the more I thought about our last conversation, I went back to a lot of the discussions from the last CASAC. I don't think it is necessarily the best tool available. I think it is an acceptable tool for this, but I don't know if I would go as far to say it's the best tool available. And because of that, that was the reason that the NAS committee was formed. So I guess I wanted to first see what conclude. I remember we talked about calling it the best tool and then not, and then I don't know what we ended up with. But my preference would be to not call it the best tool available and maybe call it an adequate tool or an acceptable tool or something along those lines.
Okay, thanks for bringing this back up, because I was also, when I went over things on Friday afternoon after the meeting, I was a little bit unclear how we had landed there. And let me read to everyone the text that Barbara sent that I put in, but we may need to wordsmith this or edit this a little bit more to respect that point of view. The current CASAC notes that the causal determination framework, as documented in the 2015 preamble to the ISA, is based on weight of evidence and professional judgment. The causal framework has been developed over many years and has been reviewed and supported by the CASAC during multiple previous reviews. While continued refinements and alternatives to this weight of evidence framework are currently being evaluated by the NASM committee, the CASAC unanimously believes that the causal determination framework is currently the best available tool. So I did actually have a note about that. So I appreciate you bringing that back up. Let Jeremy speak. And
yeah, I think that what I remember the consensus from the other day was that we remove the language saying that we advocate its use for future considerations, ISA considerations, but leave in that we unanimously support that this is currently the best approach for conducting this review. I think that watering it down a bit more along the lines of what Jim is suggesting would open up. I would like to have to see if there was consensus for that. I disagree with Jim's statement on that, and I probably would prefer to just take out the language relating to its use in the future, but leave it in, for its use now, and that we support it.
Well, Jeremy, you would agree that it is an acceptable tool. You would agree with that, would you not?
Of course, and I think it's currently the best tool that we have at our disposal to conduct this type of review. And maybe I misunderstood you, Jim, that were you saying that you feel like there could be other frameworks or other tools that would be better than causal determination at this time? Acceptable one, or?
Yes, I think there's other frameworks that are out there that are more systematic and more transparent that could be used.
So I don't agree with that, and I'd be curious to hear what the committee felt on that.
Okay, Terry.
Jeremy just sort of said what I was going to say, so nothing further to add. What you wrote or what Barbara wrote was what we concluded, that it was the best acceptable. We shouldn't change the language based on some report that may or may not come out soon and EPA hasn't even evaluated.
Okay, we need to figure out how we're going to move forward. Corey, are you going to solve this?
Probably not, but I'll try. I think I tried to articulate this in the previous meeting, but to me, I think that there's at least an argument here about that it's beyond our purview to say whether this is the best or merely appropriate, but there's another better alternative. And I don't recall a lot of discussion about that in our meetings. And to me, the more relevant thing is that this is what was landed on, is vetted as per the language that Leanne, you read off, and that it shouldn't be changed in the context of one ISA without some big to-do about whether it should be changed. It shouldn't just be changed on the fly, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And that I guess I would argue that the important thing for our committee would be to, endorse that there's no reason to change it right now. And there was no reason to have deviated from it in the past, which is how I personally feel. And that it's not necessary to make it a sort of further declarative statement about a framework, which is not even something that's like super well defined to begin with.
So that may be a useful path forward here, is just to affirm that we endorse its continued use and that it should not be changed without extensive deliberation or something to that effect. Mark, you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, I support that entirely. And I think we could take out the language about best available, because that is just potentially arguable on a number of concerns and doesn't add very much to what we're saying. I agree entirely. I think, we need to emphasize that this is a framework that has evolved and has met the test of time and multiple deliberations. And I agree, should not be changed without a lot of consideration. And that's what the NAS committee is doing.
Yeah, and I'll just kind of, I agree with what Mark said. And my determination of this being the best available was primarily based on the precedence factor and the fact that it's been used over time. So I'm totally comfortable with taking that out. And just.
Okay, so we will reword it to reflect better what Corey said, and maybe Barbara's already got new wording for us.
Well, I don't know. I'm trying. I'm trying with that last sentence. I do feel like we have to say something about, that this is, I guess what I would say is that this is the right tool for this assessment at the very least. But perhaps one option would be to say,
Well, it's the existing standard, we could say, for this assessment, and it shouldn't be changed without extensive deliberation. I think that's the point Corey made, that it is the standard that is being operated under, and it shouldn't be changed on the fly. I mean, we probably don't want to say that, but that's the point, right?
So, we could simply say the CASAC unanimously believes that the causal determination framework is appropriate. Or is appropriate, and I don't even know that we want to advocate for its change by raising, or we could say is appropriate and should not be altered without major assessment or something, but I don't know.
Jim, how does that proposed?
Yeah, that all sounds good. I'm not saying we're advocating for a change at this point in time. I mean, I do know that, you know, this framework does have some issues, and they were brought up in the last CASAC. And I mean, an example was the CASAC came to different causal conclusions based on the same evidence. And then a month later, EPA changed their causal determination based on the same evidence. And so, I mean, there's a lot of issues with using judgment and weight of evidence rather than systematic approaches. So, but I'm good with, as long as we don't say it's the best available, I'm good with everything else that was said.
Okay, thank you. Chris, Barbara, are you still wanting to speak, or is your hand?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess the other option would be to say the CASAC unanimously supports the use of causal determination framework
For this review.
For this review.
I would be good with that.
Well, I think we should, I think the point that one doesn't go and discard what's written in the preamble without considerable attention is also important to make, I think.
I actually prefer the way it's written currently, but I understand we got to figure out how to tweak it.
I think we have the thrust of the point. Christina.
Yeah, so I definitely agree kind of with what's been said in terms of saying if it's appropriate or it's chosen or something. But I would just, in the wordsmithing, caution against saying something about how it's been used for so long, because many times things have been used for a long time and they really shouldn't be. So staying that it is appropriate is kind of the most straightforward way to say that it's really what should be used, you know, at this time versus just because it's been used for a long time.
Thank you. That's helpful perspective. Cora, you had your hand up and took it down. I guess you're okay.
I was just going to endorse something you said, Leanne, so forget it.
Okay. Well, thank you. All right. I think we've got that point covered. Hopefully our offline wordsmithing will be useful, and I'll try to run the specific wording by a couple of people who spoke up in the meeting to try to help us get it right. I think we're ready to move on to the last page of the letter. Again, we will incorporate any of the edits that we're making in the consensus comments into the letter. So there is some text here, like the first paragraph, that will need to be revised. And I have a couple of small edits that Mark Frampton suggested for the compressed time frame paragraph that will incorporate just small wordsmithing things. Any other comments or suggestions from anyone?
On the last page?
Yeah, the last page of the letter, correct.
I had sent you a comment that line 23, it just sounded a little like we couldn't do it just sounded a little negative. It made it difficult to provide the highest quality review possible. It sounds like we didn't give the highest quality review.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure I saw that, but I didn't flag it. So I appreciate that you brought that back to my attention. And So we'll reframe that line 23, so it's not negative and implying that we didn't do our job. I think that is an important point, that in spite of what many of us found to be kind of excessively short time frame for this review and too much to handle with our day jobs, I actually am incredibly impressed by the lengths that the entire panel went to step up and make sure that we did our job in spite of that compressed time frame. So I think the point is that we did step up, we did do what we were asked to do, but we don't want to be put in that position again. So that's what we want to be saying. Christina, you took your hand down. Maybe maybe you wanted to make that point as well.
I was gonna get into wordsmithing and I don't want to do that, so.
Well, feel free to email me because I value the input that everyone gives. I think we do have a better final product. So please email the wordsmithing details. That's fine. And John, you had some thoughts too?
I just want to say, Leanne, since you complimented the panel, I want to compliment you. You're a good writer. So we're wordsmithing, but you do a good job to start with.
Well, I have a shadow writer behind me in Aaron too. So.
All right. Well, kudos to Aaron as well.
Too. Okay. Are we ready to turn this over to the chartered CASAC? I think we are. Is there anything that anyone feels like we need to revisit in this document? I'm hearing silence. Okay, so for the chartered CASAC members, I will informally ask for your approval of the draft report as revised. So the report is the combination of the consensus comments and the letter. So based on our discussions, do you agree to accepting the draft ISA supplement report as discussed? And so maybe you could put your hands up or thumbs up or something to let me know.
I have a process question.
Yes, please.
After edits are made, will that be circulated again?
Aaron can probably weigh in better than I can. Why don't I get on?
Yeah, so all the wordsmithing, things like that, you will see that one more time, and then everyone will just agree that that's what was discussed. But nothing major should happen at that stage. But you will get another opportunity to look at the final, close to final.
And that's helpful to us too, because we don't always get it exactly right. So we appreciate the input of everyone. So I saw a number of thumbs up. I'll just check and make sure there's nobody. Judy. Judy has a question or comment. Or is that a thumbs up, Judy?
Leanne, maybe for the sake of the webcast, it would be good if you just do it verbally.
Okay, sure. Of course, I don't have the members' names in front of me, so I'm just going to do it based on memory and maybe alphabetically. So, Michelle.
Oops.
Yes or no?
Yes, please. Sorry.
Judy?
Yes.
Yes. Mark's next on my screen, so I'm going to ask Mark Frampton.
Yes.
Let's see, who else do I got? Jim Boylan.
Yes.
Alexandra.
Yes.
Christina, wherever you are.
Yes, I agree.
Not on my screen. Okay, I think I got everybody, didn't I? I miss anybody? Okay.
You forgot yourself.
Oh, well, yes. Okay. Yes, I agree. Thank you. All right. So let's move on to the PA report. And we'll go through it similar to the ISA report. So that means that we are starting on page 1 of the consensus responses, which, let's see if I have it in front of me. I can tell you where we are in the PDF. Okay, that looks like it's page 10 of the PDF. Is everybody with me where we are? Okay, how about page 1? I got a comment from Terry Gordon about line 19. I don't know if you want to say something.
Sorry, Leanna. So where are we in the? You said page 10, and then you said page 1. So we're in. Can you just remind me again, please? Thank you.
Yeah. So it's the first page of the consensus comments, which has page 1 on the bottom of the page. But if you're looking at a PDF or a Word file, it's the 10th page into the document.
I got it. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, and I realize that's a little confusing until you've done it a half a dozen times in the past month. So, okay. So, page 1. So I think Terry was suggesting, I've got some other wordsmithing suggestions too that were proposed by one of us. Terry, you were suggesting line, what, 19, that the use of the word contentious was maybe unnecessary. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm usually very blunt in my personal life. You're the chair. I'm not a CASAC member, so I just thought it was a little bit contentious was contentious.
Thank you. Okay, Christina.
Yes. And I guess this is a question about how things are typically done for CASAC. It seemed a little confusing when talking about the CASAC here versus the CASAC in other parts, because they're comprised of different people in different time. So I don't know if there's possibly a way to put some reference to the time or previous CASAC or something to clarify, because it sounds like it's just a little confusing how it's worded in terms of, it seems like we have done something before and this same group of people is now doing something else. So maybe some element of time there might clarify that somehow, or some other suggestion that's a little confusing to me.
Add the year, perhaps.
Yeah, we'll address the timing. I know in the ISA that we managed to get those things incorporated, so we'll try to do a better job here too.
I think you can just refer to previous CASAC.
Yeah, it said in the previous review, but that
And you can say including the previous CASAC's failure, and maybe just use previous.
Twice, yeah, that's fine. Jeremy.
Well, I was just going to wordsmith very, very quickly Terry's comment. Rather than contentious, I would have put equivocal, but whatever.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on this first page? Okay, not seeing any.
This is Mike. Just looking at line 16,
Uh-huh.
and it might be good on line 16 where it says the draft ISA supplement is limited. I would like to say to only consider recent evidence on outcomes that were previously judged to be causal. I think it's implied, but I think it's good to just put it specifically.
Sure, that's good. Thank you. Anything else on this page? Okay, I'm going to move on to page 2. This is actually chapter 2 at the most.
Actually, sorry, Leanne, I missed my chance. Is it definitely true that this National Academies Committee resulted from deliberations of the previous CASAC?
Well, why don't we ask EPA? Maybe Erica or Steve could chime in with that, would be helpful.
Hi, yeah, this is Steve. It was recommended by the previous CASAC that we consult NASEM. There was also internal discussions in EPA that led us down that path. So I think it's fair to say that it was maybe mutual recommendation coming from the prior CASAC, but also within EPA.
So the wording is appropriate then, it sounds like, from the history point of view.
I think, yeah, I think it's appropriate to say that it was recommended by the previous CASAC. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for helping with that.
Sure.
Okay, anyone else? Anything else? Back to page 2, section 2 on air quality. Section 2 was very ambitious. It has what, 4 pages of text. So if there's anything on section 2, that goes all the way through page 5, line 24. Let me see, I think I might have a couple of notes. Yeah, there were a couple of notes about this, so maybe I shouldn't be quite so fast. Let's see. So I didn't, well, okay, Barbara.
I just wanted to point out, since it's so long, that probably the boldest thing in this section is this one sentence that says the CASAC recommends that the EPA revisit its definition of exceptional events as applied to wildfires.
Yes, and I had that flag to make sure we discussed it. So I don't know if we're ready for that, Jim. Do you have something before that, or is that where you wanted to go?
That is where I wanted to go.
Okay. All right, well, let's go, because that's I flagged that, and others I think brought.
Can you remind me which line that is?
Yes, it's page 4, the sentence that starts on line 2. It's the section on wildfires. And I may have, I actually added it, so I may have overstepped a little bit. I think I heard that in the discussion, and I didn't see it in the text, but we obviously do need to discuss it, so I had flagged it for discussion now. So. Barbara, were you going to discuss it now?
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like we didn't really quite go that far. We're setting the stage. I wouldn't even say setting the stage. We're just recognizing what a big problem this is, that increasing wildfires really threaten the ability to maintain healthy air quality in the West, especially, right? And I don't think I have the answer. I guess, asking EPA to think about its definition, how it handles exceptional events with respect to wildfires, that's worth doing. But I don't know that if I were EPA, I would know what's the right thing to do with this, with the situation other than solve climate change.
Yeah, so my intent with this sentence was to ask them to do the rethinking, not to tell them what to think or what to decide. And so that's why it's worded the way it is. And, if we agree with that, we should obviously keep it. And if not, we should change it. So, Jim.
Yeah, I'll add to the discussion. So I definitely don't think the sentence should stay as it is. The EPA did have a long stakeholder process when they came up with their exceptional event rules. And basically the way it works is if states identify an exceptional event, they can submit it to EPA for consideration. Then on a case-by-case basis, EPA evaluates each submittal. And if they agree it's an exceptional event, they will actually remove that data from the AQS system and it will not count towards your design value. And so, I think the process, I think the way the system works is fine. I think where the issue to me comes in is how the exceptional event data is used in the health studies. If it's removed from the EPA data set and then that data set is used to compare against health impacts, it's not the right numbers. So in the one case, you have people's health being impacted by the wildfires, but then the data is being taken out of the data that's being used to come up with annual means or design values and things like that. So my suggestion was going to be to reword it to say the CASAC recommends that the EPA revisit how wildfire exceptional events are incorporated into health studies, period. So that's my thought, is that it's really more of an issue of how this data is brought into the health studies as opposed to the exceptional event rule itself, which, would hold areas, put permitting restrictions on areas that are non-attainment solely because of wildfires, which to me just doesn't make sense. So that's my thoughts.
Okay, I do have one comment before I start calling on others, is that EPA doesn't really have any control over what people do in their health studies in terms of independent researchers. So I'm not sure that we can recommend that EPA do something about that. So that's just a comment that we need to wrestle with. Barbara, is your hand still up? Or
no, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's still up.
I'll move up. Okay, go ahead, Jim.
One thing we could do, I'm just thinking out loud here, is, EPA could maintain two data sets, one data set with exceptional events and one data set without, and then the researchers hopefully would use the appropriate data set for their analyses. But if EPA could maintain two data sets, one with and one without, that would actually, I think, allow the health studies to use an appropriate data set when doing their analyses.
Okay, thank you. Michael.
Yes, thank you. I agree with Jim about the problem of having these exceptional events being subtracted out. The other area where there should be some consideration is in advice on developing air quality indices that people use to decide whether it's safe to go out or not. And so there should be some correction, I guess, for the wildfire. And I think a lot of areas do that. But I think it is good to at least point out that the exception rule is more for compliance to the NAAQS rather than for consideration for public health.
Yeah, and our goal is science rather than compliance. So that's something we need to remind ourselves of. John. John.
I may be somewhat of an outlier here. I actually like what you wrote, but I understand people may feel it's too strong. Beyond the health effects issue that I totally agree with Jim about, there actually are policy implications of not considering wildfire air quality as problematic for improving air quality. I understand how the exceptional events system works. Jim explained it perfectly, but there are policy implications of, we have a month of bad air, like in August into September of 2020. It's a real public health problem. It's not just an exceptional event for 1 or 2 days. And I think that EPA should reconsider, I don't know if it's the definition, or reconsider the process of handling exceptional events, because if local air districts and the state of California, for example, were having to be concerned about continued wildfire events, yes, the climate change is the main driver here, which we can't automatically change, but it could drive policies to increase prescribed burns, mechanical clearing of dead trees to reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfire. So the public in California has expressed very strongly that they want wildfire PM 2.5 to be considered in terms of, because of its public health impacts. And B, I think there are policy changes that could come out of it if EPA, considered a change to the exceptional event policy. And I, like land, I don't have a magic answer, but it's a big enough problem that I think the agency needs to consider it.
Thank you. Michelle.
Hi. So I think I disagree with what Jim was saying, but I may be misunderstanding you. And then John, you said you agreed with him, but then what you said made it sound like you disagreed with him. So maybe I'm misunderstanding both of you.
Just to clarify, I agreed with him that when they take out exceptional events from the EPA database, that's a problem for health research. If people don't realize that. I disagreed with him about the exceptional events issue. So okay. I agreed and disagreed, 2 parts.
Yeah, that's always safest. So I thought that Jim was saying that those data should be taken out because they were inappropriate to be used. Is that what you were saying, Jim, or is that not what you were saying?
No, I was saying the data could be taken out for compliance with the NAAQS, but for health studies, the data should be left in. And that's why I was saying maybe EPA would compile 2 data sets, one for compliance and one for health studies.
I think, okay, so now so I'm caught up, thanks for that clarification. So I agree with both of you that those data should be 100% included in the epidemiological literature, which they typically are, because the human body doesn't care if you get a policy exemption or not, right? So I don't know that we should be telling EPA how to handle their design value versus epi studies, whether or not it's a good idea or not, or how they should do indices. I feel like maybe the conversation is getting a little off track of evaluation of the NAAQS for PM in the science. So I'm just going to kind of defer to Leanne on that, and maybe Aaron as well. And thanks for helping me understand your points, everybody.
Thank you, Michelle. And I may need some advice from others about this topic as well. But let's see what Mark Frampton has to say.
Yes. So to me, the main issue with this is in the risk assessment that is contained within this PA. And I think that's what engendered this discussion in the first place. So I think it very definitely is in the purview of CASAC to comment on this. And I agree with John Baums that things have changed. It's just not like there's rare exceptional events. It's no longer exceptional, and clearly there are health effects involved. And currently in the risk assessment, the areas that are most involved are being excluded from the risk consideration, because the wildfires are being considered natural events, presumably beyond human control. And as John correctly pointed out, that's not exactly correct. And I think your paragraph, Leanne, very cogently indicates that these are not natural events. These are human-caused events for the most part, that then burn out of control. And how EPA does the risk assessment is very relevant to this. And I think I agree with the wording as it is. We're not saying what they should do. We're saying they should revisit it. And I think that's exactly appropriate.
Thank you. George.
I agree with John and Mark Frampton. I like it the way it's written. I'm not sure about the last two sentences, but I don't disagree with Jim that, in terms of the AQS database. But I think the issue is, is EPA's exceptional event policy regulation as written with respect to wildfires, if that is within the purview of the CASAC, then yes, then I would say absolutely this paragraph is good. We're not telling them what to do, but as John and Mark pointed out, there is a problem here, and it's not natural, and it needs to be reassessed because the exposures that we're now seeing, certainly in the Western U.S., are huge in terms of the potential for health effects. So business as usual for exceptional events may no longer be appropriate. And I think that's what we're trying to say here. There's no easy solution to this. If I were California or Oregon or Washington State and a state agency and was about to hear that, no, you cannot exclude PM 2.5 from these events, I would be concerned what it would do to my compliance with the PM next, but that it's there, and as I've written in an email, they're no longer exceptional. It's a combination of anthropogenic climate change, forest management practices, power line ignition events, and they are, at least in theory, partially controllable. So I think we're asking EPA to reconsider if the current exceptional events policy is appropriate. So I like it pretty much the way it is.
And our thinking is based on our understanding of the health impacts. I think that is something that I want to emphasize in this.
Right, and they're huge.
Yeah. So Barbara.
I just two things. One is just to respond to Jim's thought about, and I don't know if this is in our purview really, but he was suggesting we keep, or EPA keeps 2 data sets, and it would be much easier probably for them to have one data set with those, wildfire exceptional events flagged or wildfire influenced events flagged in the data set. It would enable both the use of the smaller data set for compliance and the larger data set, or something for health effect studies wildfire, especially wildfire health effect studies. But I don't know if that's really something we should be telling EPA in this document or not. You know, it's would be challenging to deal with wildfire smoke in the NACs, and it's, I don't know, it's really a problem either way. To not address it or to address it in this way is a problem, because it's a huge impact on health. You know, I guess the other thing we could say, I was trying to listen to everybody's comments, if we altered that sentence. First, we could remove the sentence, we can keep the sentence. If we altered it, we might say, and I can't remember who was talking, we might say something like EPA should consider means of evaluating wildfire PM events in a way that could reduce the risk of health impacts of catastrophic wildfires in policy design, something like that. It's a little bit softer, but I think it gets at the point.
Thank you. Yeah, it was I think it was Mark who was pointing out that the key thing is how it's used in the risk assessment, and that's where it comes up. Corey.
I just want to say about Jim's original point about the 2 data sets, which is a good point. I don't think we should go there in our comments. And I might have outdated knowledge, but I think EPA AQS data is already provided such that you could create those 2 data sets yourself. So I'm not sure we want to get into asking them to do anything differently about the data they provide.
Yeah, and I'll jump in. I think you're right that they do have one data set with flags, and the flags are for the exceptional events. So if you know what you're doing, you can go in and create the 2 data sets, I believe, from what's already there.
Yeah, that's my memory. That's my memory of how it works.
Yep, agreed.
Thank you. Mark.
Yeah, I just wanted to urge us not to be too prescriptive in this paragraph about what ought to be done. I think it should be left general about we need to raise the issue. We need to emphasize that the issue be reconsidered especially with regard to the risk assessment. None of us have a solution, so we shouldn't be prescribing specific solutions such as what data sets to compile.
Christina.
Just when thinking about this, in terms of consensus, I think that it is important for us to recommend that they revisit this definition. That's something that's clearly under the purview of CASAC, but in people's individual comments, I think with regards to having the data flagged or more easily accessible or something, I think if people want to put that in their individual comments, it can go there, but it's not going to rise to a consensus level.
So I heard mostly people wanted to leave the sentence as is. Barbara, were you going to comment on that?
My hand is still up, isn't it? I'm doing a bad job
why
of that.
I asked you.
I really didn't want to comment on that. I don't know. I feel like the paragraph is really strong. I'm very pleased with the paragraph. Like it really makes a strong point about what a problem this is. I'm a little bit, I guess if I were still trying to figure out why I'm uncomfortable with a sentence and how I would change it. But you know, the first sentence is wildland and wildland urban interface fires are no longer exceptional, and it's not always accurate to call them natural events. EPA, maybe if we said something like EPA should consider the implications of the exceptional events approach when essentially.
Well, for the
given
risk assessment
situation.
in particular, right? Isn't that that's what I heard. So EPA should consider the implication of the exceptional events approach, particularly with respect to the risk assessment?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I'm unhappy with the way the risk assessment did it this time. I would say that's true, particularly with respect to risk assessment.
So is that a better alternative sentence? Are people okay with that? People both who supported the original wording and people who were concerned by it? Is that okay?
Should I read it one more time?
EPA should consider the implications of the exceptional events approach, particularly with respect to the risk assessment.
Is that now the second sentence you're rewording?
Yes, the
Yes.
second sentence.
This is Michelle. I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
And Jim is good with
Have
that.
any objections? Okay, we'll change that sentence to that new wording so that we're not alarming people too much. George asked that he had some comments on page 2 and 3. So before we move on, George, did you have anything else you wanted to bring up in those previous pages?
Leanne, just that also shows up in the letter. Oh, I guess we're going to get to the letter later.
Yeah, it will make sure it gets in the letter. Thanks for the reminder. I'll add a note about that. George, I'm not hearing you, so you can chime in.
I'm sorry?
Didn't you sent me a note that you wanted to some things on 2 and 3?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize. I had a contractor, Rob. I had to step out for a couple of minutes, and in those couple of minutes, it looks like pages 2 and 3 were kind of went through pretty quickly.
Yep, we sailed through it because we didn't have a lot of comments.
Well, because I was working with my contractor. Bottom of page 2, the FRM, FEM equivalency, making some requests of the EPA summarizing it. What I would like to see when in an EPA summary would also be, in addition to what's there, how many of the FEMs that are in operation are meeting the data quality requirements necessary for determining compliance with the PM2.5 max. There's a lot of FEMs out there, continuous monitors. I was unable to get a clear answer from OEQPS, but maybe half of them are, quote, outside the box necessary for performance evaluation to be used that way. And that's a serious problem as we're, talking potentially about rolling 24-hour or sub-daily or whatever, to at least to say, okay, this is where we're at and what are our plans to fix it. We do talk a little bit about alternatives for fixing it in this discussion. So there's that. And on page 3, just a minor note, ultrafine particles, line 21. Care should be taken to reference measurement method. That the issue there is what is the lower cutoff in size in particle detection. For example, 7 nanometers versus 20 nanometers can make a huge difference in the measurement values reported. So maybe a little bit of extra detail in there. So for ultrafine particles, which is really particle number concentration, I'm not fond of the term UFP, but that's what's used. But PNC, particle number concentration, the key metric on methods there is how small it can go. 7 nanometers is a good number, 20 nanometers is not very good. So a couple of points there, and I apologize for having stepped out during that.
With UFP, it's not only, you're right, a lot of it's a lower end cutoff, but it's also to some degree the technology and how it measures things and whether it charges them and therefore how efficiently particles are counted as well. So that's another feature as well. So maybe you and I and maybe other experts can just reword these 2 points. I don't think we need extensive discussion on it.
That's good. Thank you.
Yeah, so moving back to page 4, I think we had a thorough discussion about the wildfire paragraph, although I think, George, weren't you suggesting you didn't like the last 2 sentences?
Well, yeah, photochemical smog, contributing from wildfires. I mean, it's true, wildfires contribute to ozone, but I'm not sure the photochemical smog contributes much to the observed PM during wildfire season. That's what I was wondering about. Maybe nitrate for particles, but I don't know. I just throw that
Can
out
you
there.
say that again, George?
I'm not sure how much photochemical smog that is attributable to wildfires, and certainly, I mean, okay, photochemical smog, ozone, I think that's what that means. Maybe some nitrate, but I'm not sure how much of that is a factor in the elevated wildfire season. That's what I'm trying to figure out here.
Are you talking about for PM, how much photochemistry, how much the aging of the wildfire plume affects the PM concentrations?
If that's what we're, it's talking about photochemical smog season as a confounder for elevated PM during wildfire season.
Wait.
And I'm not sure that makes a lot of sense.
Oh, I think there's a misunderstanding here. Maybe we can clarify what was meant. This has to do with the risk assessment, right?
Well, section 2 is actually the review of the exposure/concentration information.
Yeah, it's not risk assessment.
Oh, yeah, all right. But they're discounting some of the data because because they're from parts of the country. Okay. They're discounting some of the data, the high concentration data, because they're from parts of the country that are subject to wildfires. And some of the data from April through September. And it could be from wildfires, but it also could be from, it's also the photochemical smog season. So there are other possible reasons that that concentrations could be high. I think they were talking about the Northwest and saying it seemed like they were discounting the value of the data and say, let's not put too much stock in that data because there might have been wildfires. But it's also true that there are plenty of days when you have secondary aerosol in those parts of the country in the summer, which are not caused by wildfires.
That's true. I don't see those numbers being all that high relative to the wildfires. It just seemed to be an odd statement in the context of the wildfires. That's all.
Okay.
And maybe we should reword that a little bit. Jim, did you have a suggestion?
No, well, just that rather than talking about photochemical smog season, I guess it's really the increased photochemistry, right? You have your biogenics being more reactive in the summertime, and your sulfate, your SO2 being converted to sulfate at a faster rate during the summertime when there's more oxidation going on in the summertime. So I think that's what your point was, is that you have these other formation processes going on. It's not just wildfires, but that's also when you have this increased secondary formation of SOA and sulfates and nitrates possibly, but mostly sulfates and SOA in the summertime. And so I think that's what the point was. I don't know how to reword it though.
So I'm going to take this, unless we have more discussion, I think this is something we can address offline with this small subgroup.
Okay, yeah, and it's just that, any contribution from photochemical smog compared to the wildfire PM is really pretty small. That's where I was really having trouble with it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just that, yeah, there's smog and then in the West also, it's not every day is wildfires. There's also smog.
Okay, thank you. We'll make sure we'll do, Barbara, maybe we and George and Jim can work on edits,
Okay.
make this clearer. John.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that at least in California, some of our bad wildfire PM days are also days when there's high ozone because it's a hot, sunny day. So it's not so much that I'm concerned about the PM genic emissions from wildfires, but there's actually wildfire PM 2.5 and ozone at the same time. I don't know that has to go into here, but I just wanted to say that is a real issue here.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on page 4 that we need to discuss? Let's see if I have anything else flagged. Mark Frampton actually suggested line 40, the sentence be reworded. You weren't sure what the upper bound means or how the assessment can be an upper bound, but the rest of the paragraph deals with inconsistencies in the concentrations.
Yeah, I just didn't understand that.
Yeah. So is that something we want to dwell on now, or just take to the subgroup to try to clarify that a bit?
That would be fine with.
Okay. With that, I think we're probably ready to move on to the rest of this section on page 5. Any comments on that? On that part of it? See if I have any notes. Nothing that needs discussion. I think we're ready to go to question 1 of chapter 3, which starts on page 5, line 32, and actually ends on page 7, line 18. So some general comments at the beginning and then a number of bullets, sub-comments. Let's see if I had any notes, anything to discuss. Yeah, I wanted to discuss our recommendation on line 13 of page 6. I think this is just making sure that this was before our ISA discussion, so I guess it's maybe just making sure that that we are recommending both consistent across the PA and the ISA, and that we're not asking EPA to make changes that not recommending they make changes that are inconsistent with their ability to create a coherent document. So I think that's why I flagged this. I can just add a note to make sure to make it consistent with our ISA discussion, since we had a pretty extensive discussion on that. Okay, I'm going to assume that's enough. And also, unless EPA puts their hand up, I'm going to assume that there's nothing that they need to alert us to. Okay, so continuing on all the way through the end of number 1, that's on page 7. David.
Just 2 points. I've had this conversation with many of you who do these clinical studies or controlled human exposure studies. Just there, I find it confusing. We say human exposure studies in one spot, and then there's another one where it says controlled human exposure. Just pick one and use it. to make it clear, that these are controlled human exposure studies in chambers. Let's just make sure we use the same term. And I think it was probably tried to be that way, but there's a couple places I wasn't sure. So that's one. But then what specifically on line 4 of page 7, I was suggesting adding something that, this is talking about the use of controlled human exposure studies to establish a lower no effect threshold, that's misplaced. And I was arguing that I would put a sentence here that says further, they may be done as a single pollutant exposure rather than a naturally occurring mixture where other pollutants may confound or modify the health responses to another pollutant. And I can send you the text on that, but I thought it was important in this section just to make it clear that it's another issue, that using these studies, that there are fundamental differences in the exposures between them, between an epi observational study and the clinical study.
Okay, thank you. Is further discussion on that? Is that what you wanted to talk about, Corey?
I did want to talk about this paragraph, yeah. Although I don't have a specific comment as to what David just said.
Can I just jump in then?
Yeah, sure.
So as somebody who's done a lot of the studies that David has referred to, including with David and Mark Frampton, I really like controlled human exposure studies. I think that's the term that most of us feel most comfortable with, as opposed to clinical studies, which I hate. So I just wanted to say that.
So you're disagreeing with Mark Frampton, is that what I'm hearing?
No, I mean, that's fine with me, controlled human exposure studies. He's disagreeing with Mark Utel. Mark Utel likes clinical studies.
Okay. All right, thank you. Corey.
So I don't have a recommendation here, but I have a note to myself. I just want to make sure we paused on this part because the interpretation or the weight placed on these types of studies is also cited in our comments, I guess, in a letter about the 24-hour standard, where we have members who are placing weight on these types of studies, I guess in support of not changing the 24-hour standard. And then this is a paragraph saying, all about the context in which these studies should be interpreted. And so I just have a question for the committee of whether there's some inconsistency here that's shown up in our text. I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, I saw that you flagged that. Thank you for bringing that up. I thought it was about a slightly different point, but I think that point deserves discussion, because if I remember correctly, what you were flagging was based on a minority opinion. And I know when I reviewed this, I had some concerns because I felt like sometimes we were contradicting ourselves, but I think if it's clear it's a minority opinion and we reach consensus about the other things, I think it's okay. But I struggled a little bit with that as well when I was going over the entire document. So in general, we do say we do make some comments that then are not as clearly articulated differently, I would say, and could be interpreted as conflicting in the minority opinion. Yes. So I decided to leave that because it was a minority opinion. Thanks for bringing that up. Is there anything with respect to the weight of this that should be addressed here? Sounds like that comes up other places, not here. Okay, so I heard that we are going to make sure the wording is controlled human exposure studies, and that Terry Gordon suggested some revised wording, which he's going to send me, so because I didn't get it all down in my notes, and that we're going to incorporate. No, it was David Rich. I apologize.
Thank you.
Is that why you raised your hand? My apologies. I just a little bit of a yes. It was David.
Those guys from New York, they all look the same.
Oh, sorry, Mark.
All right. Did you have more you wanted to say, David?
I do. At the last sentence of this whole section, I'm not sure what it means. It is also important to distinguish and clarify particle number concentration used to characterize UFP from PM 2.5 mass. Can just somebody clarify, maybe just needs a clarification of the text.
And actually I got some proposed rewrites from Mark Frampton that maybe I'll just read first and then that might help. So he expanded on that quite a bit. So it starts out, it is also important to clearly describe in a given study how, I think to distinguish and clarify there's some wording here. To distinguish and clarify how ultrafine exposure is characterized. Particle number concentration used to characterize ultrafine particles versus mass of particles smaller than 100 nanometers, parentheses PM 0.1. Particle number is driven by the smallest measurable ultrafine particles, highest number, lowest mass, while PM 0.1 is driven by the largest ultrafine particles, lowest number, highest mass. Particle number and PM 0.1 thus measure very different fractions within the ultrafine particle size range and may be expected to have different health effect associations. So that's the proposed revised text with a few minor wordsmithing things that need to happen still.
That sounds fine to me.
Thank you. George.
Yeah, PM 0.1 is a weird parameter. I mean, ultrafine particles do have mass, but not much. If we're talking ultrafines, I mean, there is a generic definition of ultrafines being everything less than 0.1 micron. But in reality, that's number concentration, not mass. There's almost no connection between particle number concentration, my preferred term for ultrafines, and PM 2.5. Number concentration is D0, aerosol moment of 0, just number. D3 is mass, that's volume. The further your aerosol moments are away from each other, the less likely they're going to be correlated. So I think trying to think of ultrafine particles as a mass measurement is probably something we should stay away from. And I think Christina would probably agree with me on that one. So I don't know if that further confuses things or not.
Yeah, but I heard what Mark suggested rewrite was just to clarify that these are different things, and that they prioritize different parts of the size range, which matters from health effects. So the point in what gets articulated is that needs to be clear, even whether they're talking about mass or number. I think.
Yeah. They're absolutely different critters, and that is very, very true. And to the extent we can be very clear about that, that's good.
Yeah, thank you. Mark Frampton.
Yeah, I think my concern was that I think the PA is not clear about that in their description of some of the studies. I think they're quoting some studies that use PM 0.1, but not making that clear in their descriptions of the studies. So that's why I thought this needed some further explanation.
Okay, so we need to emphasize that the PA needs to be clear. Thank you. David Rich.
Just quickly though, but I think it is important to note, as George was saying, particle number count and UFP. So we do particle number counts of particles less than 100 microns, nanometers. So I think it's important to have that language in there though, so that, that both PNC and UFP can be used, and it should be just clarified what exactly we mean by them, right? Because certainly in a lot of the epi stuff, we use UFP because we're talking about particle number counts of a certain size fraction.
Okay, thank you. Terry Gordon.
First, I wasn't sure that there was many impactors that could accurately look at 0.1 and below. And I thought most epi studies, I could be wrong, that most epi studies were using particle number concentrations. Regardless, from what we're talking here briefly, and we shouldn't go on, but should we be recommending something here? Because 0.1 is an odd duck, and it's very hard to get an impactor that has a cut at that. So should this be a recommendation? Besides just distinguishing between particle number concentration and 0.1 mass, should we be recommending one or the other, or telling EPA to figure it out?
Well, this is in the section on reconsideration of the primary standards for PM 2.5. Not sure, I think it's out of place here, but I hear what you're saying. Maybe there's another place we can put it. Christina.
Yes, it's kind of related to what was just said, but I was thinking also about this being raised to recommendation, because how it's worded here is just to describe things better, because they're kind of comparing different types of apple, not quite apples to oranges, but different types of apples altogether. So that seems like something that can be and should be done for this summary of the PMISA, just in terms of the descriptive qualities, so that people can understand more about the comparison between different studies.
Okay, so you are suggesting that we recommend that they clarify the distinction in the PA. Is that what I heard you say? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry to jump in here. Could you tell me exactly where we are? I got lost here.
We are on the bullet on page 7 that starts on line 14. It's about ultrafine particles in PM.
Thank you.
We suggested they put it in a separate section. We're not discussing that. We're discussing more the lack of clarity about distinguishing particle number and mass. And what I heard Christina said is not only should we should make that a recommendation that they clearly distinguish. So just reword it a little more strongly. Mark.
Yeah, I don't have any disagreement about wording this more strongly. I think it is important for them to do that. In terms of Terry Gordon's comment, I don't think we ought to go beyond that. And, you know, I think the UFP issue is a little peripheral here, because there is no UFP standard currently, and we're not in a place where we would be recommending that there should be a ultrafine particle standard. So I don't think this is the place or the time to be making specific recommendations or big changes about how. But the important thing is here that in these documents that are reviewing the health studies that do exist, we need to be clear about this distinction.
Yeah, and I would, so also following up on Terry's comment, maybe you want to look at the section that talks about future research and make sure that we covered ultrafines adequately there, because that seems like looking ahead. You know, I think many of us are appreciating how important they may be for health impacts. And so anything we can do to help EPA move forward with respect to ultrafines in the future, I think would be useful. And that's the place in this document to put that. So, and we had
a good point.
Abbreviated discussion on that. So, and I don't remember now, we'll get to that, but I ask everybody who's concerned about this issue to look at that part of the document and see if there's something more we want to add about this topic, because it is a very important one. Mike.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with all of that, and also point out that part of the rationale for not considering a UFP standard, or at least looking at it more critically, is that there is a lot of variation, and part of that could be due to inconsistencies in how you define UFP. So I think that point should be taken into account as they go further and evaluate whether there is a need for in future studies to look at that.
Yeah, and maybe when we look at how we might say that in that section, we can make sure that we address that inconsistency in the definition as part of what's makes it hard to use the evidence. Of course, there's no standard for that either. Okay, I'm going to assume we can move on to question 2. Which starts on page 7, line 25, and goes through, oh gosh, it goes multiple pages. So let's just start with what we see on page 7. Or maybe that was, oh, sorry, no, I misspoke. That's number 3 that goes on for page 7. So page 7, and then we can also look at the top of page 8 through till line 8. Terry.
Yeah, just a quick one on line 29. Whoever wrote this, did they mean just cardiovascular, or should it be also include pulmonary?
Well, does anybody know the answer to that? Should we add pulmonary? John Baums.
Well, I think the issue is the causal determination.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
You know, as a pulmonary physician, I'm totally fine with including pulmonary. And Neetha, my fellow pulmonary physician, may chime in. But I just was wondering if you left it to cardiovascular because of the causal determination situation.
Yeah, that's probably why it says cardiovascular. Thank you for reminding me. And I'm skipping you, David. I'll come back to you. Neetha, did you want to comment on this issue?
Yeah, I was going to say also the studies that were included were cardiovascular for this one particularly.
Thank
for
you.
the statement.
So we'll just leave it.
I'm good.
David.
So I'm in the last paragraph, and I thought that, you know, this statement that the cardiovascular effects and other effects of UFP are left as suggestive, likely because of uncertainties in exposure assessment. Well, I think there's lots of other reasons that probably need to be included, some of which is what we just talked about. So I have some suggested text that I can share, but I think you want to include something about the limited number of locations with regular ultrafine particle or particle number count monitoring. Again, this issue of differences in UFP definition. Do we mean total particle number concentration versus particle count concentrations for particles less than 0.1 microns? And then I said, and limited numbers of studies assessing UFP related health effects. So I can send you the text, but I thought based on what we talked about, this should be a place where we, you know, include those as other reasons why this was left as suggestive.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. And it sounds like you captured your main points, and you'll just send me some draft work. Appreciate it. Neetha.
Oh, apologies. I think I re-put my hand up by mistake.
Okay. Mike Kleinman.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to page 7, line 30. And the last sentence, the last part of the sentence, consistency across studies. And the studies we're talking about are the toxicology studies and controlled human exposures. And then saying particularly the epidemiological studies. I wasn't quite sure what that meant.
Yeah, because this was about human exposure and tox studies. So should we just drop the particularly epidemiologic studies wording from this?
Yeah, I think that would, at least make it more clear.
Well, I mean, sorry for jumping in, but the first sentence is really talking about the collective evidence is sound and appropriate. So the way I saw this paragraph is that the first sentence is addressing collective evidence, and then the paragraph goes through the animal studies, the human studies, and the epi studies. Maybe some rewording of the last two sentences to improve the flow could help make that point. But I didn't think this paragraph was meant to be just about the toxicology.
No, but I think that the final sentence sort of doesn't cover that. Whereas just saying consistency across studies, which includes the epidemiological, from the previous discussion, is very persuasive.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. So I think we're on to John Baum's now, right?
I was just going to suggest coherence as opposed to consistency across different types of studies, but because that's really what it is.
Okay.
It really can't be entirely consistent between experimental studies and epidemiologic studies.
Good. That's a much better word. Thank you. So we are wrapping up, I think, the response to to question 2 that's on page 7 and also the top of page 8. And I have some notes from Mark Frampton about the text on lines 7 and 8 of page 8.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so Dave Rich already made some comments about this paragraph, but I would like to advocate for moving this paragraph out of here. And maybe incorporating the ideas into the recommendations for future research. First of all, I mean, the first sentence says the cardiovascular effects and other effects of UFP are left as suggestive, but that's really relevant to the ISA. Where the causality determinations are established, and this is a letter about the PA, so that's not entirely appropriate for this document. And then the idea that to the degree to which wildfires are contributing to UFP is kind of speculative and maybe inaccurate. I defer to my colleagues on the panel that are exposure experts to see if that's really true. But I did come across one article that suggested that the wildfires actually decrease UFP in traffic-related areas, just because, as you get high concentrations of larger particles, you sort of mop up and agglomerate the UFP. So that last sentence may not be entirely accurate. Gist of it is, I think this paragraph is not appropriate here, and I think the idea that it's trying to propagate about the potential importance of UFP could be worked into the future research section.
Thank you, George.
I agree with what Mark just said. Ultrafine lifetime, or the lifetime of ultrafine particles, it is short in general, but even shorter when PM is elevated because there's lots of surface area for them to climb onto. So I agree that last sentence is questionable. And also that, this could be moved to the future research section.
Thank you, Barbara.
Yeah, I would just drop the last sentence. It may be true or not true, but I think it's not relevant given the exceptional events situation.
Okay, what about the rest of this? I guess so. So what I hear then is we'll move the paragraph to the future research section and also probably drop the last sentence. Okay. So I think, given the hour, we've been at it almost 2 hours, we deserve a short break. So is 5 minutes enough for people? You need more? How about we do 5 minutes, and when we come back, we're going to start on number 3 on page 8. So that's 9:55 by my clock. All right, people back. We're on to page 8 of the policy assessment. The lines 17 through, let's just do the bullet that ends at the top of page 9. Any comments on any of that? Kim Boylan.
Yeah, hi, I'd like to talk about the last sentence in that paragraph.
Which paragraph?
I guess line 20, 23, 22.
Okay.
Particularly the second half, it says, CASAC has concerns about the approach comparing the study means and design values and questions the singular utility of this approach for informing the adequacy of the NACs. And I guess two questions. One, I don't have concerns about the approach. And so we would either have to say some CASAC members or something along that lines, but also questioning the singular utility of this approach. I think, you know, it's not just this approach. I would question the singular utility of any approach for the purpose of informing the adequacy of the NACs, whether it be epi studies or risk assessments or human studies. So I don't know why this one's being singled out like this, when I think using, you know, that would apply to all approaches.
Okay, thanks. Mark, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, so I was just wondering, maybe it's slightly confusing language, but I'm wondering whether the singular approach was meant to imply the singular use of a mean, because there was a lot of discussion we had around the fact that, one, the mean doesn't necessarily describe where the bulk of the data is, and that you have to have data around the mean to have any relation. And so simply using the mean, as opposed to sort of a broader interpretation of approach, I'm just not sure what that was actually referring to, that text there.
I think that was my interpretation when I read it. Maybe we need to make that clearer. Would that help, Jim, with your concern?
Well, it would help with the second half of the sentence. You know, I think, you know, I think if you were going to leave the beginning, it might have to be some CASAC members have concerns about the approach, because I don't have a lot of concerns about it.
Okay.
And why it's not perfect, I think to me it was adequate for this analysis.
Okay. So what I'm hearing in terms of suggestions is that starting on line 22 after the comma, we'll say some CASAC members have concerns about the approach and question the use. So I think you might agree with the second part of that. So maybe we want to split things up, right? You have concerns about approach comparing study means to the design values, but I think the point that I heard consensus about the point that it's not just the mean, but it's the whole distribution that's important.
Yeah, I think the distribution can be important, yes.
Okay. Okay. Barbara.
So, and what I heard is some CASAC members have concerns about the approach of comparing the study means and design values and question the use of the mean alone for informing the adequacy of the standards.
Yeah, except for what we followed up to, we probably need to separate those because I think we all are concerned about using just the mean. So we don't have to say, we don't have to qualify it with some. The sum is for the whole thing, but it's only for the one piece that Jim has pointed out. So we'll separate out. Anybody else have anything else you want to say about the text on this page ending at the top of the previous, the next page? David Rich.
I'll keep it quick. I'm looking at the last paragraph on page 8. It says other approaches can be used for the purpose of informing the adequacy of the standards, if we're on that. I thought we want to say something a little stronger here. They should be used, right? I mean, I think that's the whole point, is we want to try to have that moving forward. Or do we want to be softer here? And again, I'll go with what the committee suggests, but I thought this should be made much stronger.
I'm sorry, I'm not exactly with you. What line are you on?
I'm sorry. It's hopefully I'm on the right. I'm on I'm not sure exactly the line because I've moved it.
Line
it starts
21.
with the focus, line 35. I have line, or it could be line 32.
Yeah, it's around 32, I think, 32, 34.
The focus on the mean concentration. So about the third sentence in there says other approaches can also be used for the purposes of informing the adequacy of the standards, including evaluation of the distribution of concentrations reported, including the mean concentration in 25th percentile. I thought we were saying the median concentration. I thought we were trying to be stronger here and say these should be used.
Okay.
I know, Mark, that was something I thought had been pushing.
Okay, so you're recommending that we replace can also with should.
Sorry for wordsmithing, but I think it's an important
Well,
change.
no, that.
I agree with that.
I don't consider that wordsmithing because that's changing our intent. So that's not that. It may look like wordsmithing, but it actually changes the interpretation of and EPA's how EPA will act. Can also says, well, if you want to do it, and should says, please do it. CASAC wants you to do it. So that's very, very different. That's an important clarification. Okay, anything else? Thank you for bringing that up. Mark, you had you were concerned about, let me see, am I on the right page? Yes.
Yeah.
The paragraph that starts on line 39, the bullet point.
Yeah, the second bullet point in the section there, further many epi studies demonstrate. So I just thought this paragraph is kind of restating what was in the previous paragraph and could just be removed or worked into that paragraph. I thought the previous paragraph said it a little better. So that was really my only point here.
Okay.
I mean, the whole issue is about going beyond the means. And I think that's what this paragraph is restating here.
Okay, so we'll do that. Unless I hear any other comments to suggest something different. Jennifer, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting something different. I do agree with Mark that that's repetitive. And I do agree with the sentiment here. I just want to make sure we're all clear. Are we suggesting this for the current policy assessment or for future policy assessments?
That's a good comment. Thank you for bringing that up. It's probably unrealistic to ask EPA to incorporate it in the current policy assessment. So thank you for bringing that up. So we'll make sure to say in future reviews. So that we're not so strong about making a change that might be a ton of work for them.
The suggestion that Dave made too, I think, is in that section that says the CASAC has the following comments and suggestions for strengthening the approach. evaluating the adequacy of the current primary standards. So are you saying for this whole section, it's about the future?
Well, no, I was thinking that I was focused on that single bullet.
Because
the wording of the line 26 and 27 doesn't say future or current. So I guess that's open to interpretation, what it means.
Which is fine, but this thing that Dave said should also be used. I don't think we mean in the current.
Right. So I was thinking of being explicit there that we were talking about future reviews, and that would be on line 32. That was what I was suggesting. Let's see what Corey and then Mark have to say.
I was going to make a slightly different point. So Mark, if you want to follow up on that, that's fine.
Sure. I guess, so my issue was, and I don't know exactly where the proper place to state these things are, but I mean, there's one issue for future ISAs, et cetera, to incorporate that in the way they do it. But for this one, there's a separate issue about how those values should inform the thinking, right? So I think we do want the current ISA and the thinking to consider these other values. We don't need them to necessarily rewrite the whole thing, but in future ones, writing it in a way that also pays attention to that better would be helpful. But I would say for this one that those considerations should be taken into account when sort of coming up with policy, yes.
Okay, so then we need to make sure that all the wording that talks about this topic is clear about that point. And I appreciate people who aren't running the meeting can help me navigate that and find the places where we might need to make those changes. Did Christina or Jennifer, were you also on this point? Because Corey had a different point.
Yeah, mine is, I guess it's just clarifying that the wording needs to be changes for lines 26 to 27, because right now it says evaluating the adequacy of the current primary PM 2.5 standards. So I assumed that the rest of the bullets were all about current. So I think maybe just have to take out that sentence and then do it bullet by bullet after that. Because right now it seems like this is all for current because it just says current.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll definitely look at this. Okay. So I think we're on to Corey.
Yeah, I was just going to say on the point of the repetitiveness between these first two bullet points, starting on line 29 and starting on line 39. The one thing I see in line 39 that I don't want to get lost is it looks like to me like a specific comment about this issue of studies with exposures below the current standard versus sort of consideration of the mean in the study generally. And I don't want to lose the content about exposures below the current daily standard when that text is condensed.
Okay, well, maybe we should just keep that separate bullet and just to condense it such that we keep that point.
Yeah, maybe so. To me, that was like that's like the only thing I see that distinguishes the second bullet from the first one. And I don't want that to get lost. Maybe it could be stated as part of the previous bullet. I don't care about, I have no comment on that, but I don't want it to be gone.
Thank you. Terry.
Yeah, I quickly, just to go back to the other point, I almost want to hear what EPA has to say. If we're talking about the current document or future documents, but this is more pervasive. This is all the documents for all the NACs. Do they use just the mean? Should they use the medium distributions? So this goes beyond just this document, I think.
Okay, does EPA want to weigh in about this at all?
This is Karen Wesson. I don't know if we have anything to weigh in here on, but I mean, I think it just depends on, you know, what exactly the advice is. If you're asking for, you know, a large revamp of the policy assessment to account for some information that's not included, I guess that's, you know, a large undertaking. But if what you're asking for is a consideration of information of not just means, but other air quality distributions, I think that might be a different type of recommendation and one that may already be accounted for in the policy assessment.
Okay, does that address that for you, Carrie?
Sort of. I was more interested in ZPA already thought this through and already have a protocol and process to set up to look using the mean to make it simple.
You want to respond to that, Karen?
I apologize. I'm not sure that I completely understand the question. Are you referring to the PM policy assessment, or perhaps you were referring to other documents that EPA works on? Maybe you could just clarify that would help.
Exactly, you got it right. We're making recommendations for this document or future documents, but there's other NACs with other documents. Is this going to go on for all different documents, for all the recommendations to present distribution median? Would that affect all the other NACs?
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. I would say yes and no. I mean, I would say that maybe not to the circumstances that you were maybe envisioning, given that the PM review is very unique in its weighing of the epi evidence. But I would say yes in the aspects of, you know, understanding CASAC's thoughts on how epidemiological evidence is used in understanding or in evaluating what the standard level could be would also be taken into account in the reviews of other standards. So anyway, so I hope that answers your question.
Okay, I think that's helpful. So I think we're on to Corey now.
Sorry, I left my hand up. I said what I wanted to say.
Okay. Michael.
Yes, going back to the charge question, the last sentence of that is, what are the panel's views on using that evidence for the purpose of evaluating the adequacy of the current primary standard? I think we have to separate part of, you know, what we would like to see in the future from whether we agree with the use of the approach for this particular document.
Yeah, that gets back to Mark Weisskopf's point, I think, too. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that was primarily the point. I think we need to better separate what we think about this PA versus what they can do in the future to improve it. So I think we need to put in some language saying that the current approach might have some limitations, which, you know, can be discussed in the future. But given the work that's been done, we feel that the approach has been adequate for evaluating the current primary standard.
Or maybe at least sufficient.
Yeah, sufficient's a good word.
Because it could certainly be better based on what we're saying. Barbara.
So as I reread this section in the light of our conversation, I don't think we have to change that first sentence. You know, the CASAC has the following comments and suggestions. I can read all of this as pertaining to the current review, especially since in the middle of the section, it says, note that CASAC is not suggesting EPA redo the analysis for the current policy assessment document. It's suggesting that CASAC, instead, it's suggesting adding a discussion that includes the limitations of the current approach and the likely effect that other distributional concentrations could have on the results. And then for future policy assessment, the CASAC recommends EPA consider additional approaches besides using the mean. And then at the bottom, it says, basically for future documents, include distributions where available, because that'll help to facilitate that. To me, it reads like it's okay to be saying we don't need to add things that clarify. It's okay to be talking about this whole section in the context of the current review, given the details that are there.
Thank you. It's helpful. David.
All right, sorry for another one here, but this is, I'm not sure the exact line 32, 34, something like that. Although the CASAC is not suggesting for the EPA in that paragraph. I think this is totally fine as it is and appropriate. However, and this goes off what Barb and Terry had said, that there is this section below this in under number 4 that has for future PAs the CASAC suggests. And I think this is a point Michelle was making pretty strongly, that should this be something for future CASAC reviews, that justification, this restriction to just US and Canadian studies needs to be revisited. And we suggest, taking advantage of these other studies done outside of the continent.
I think you're ahead of us.
Well,
I'm not, what page I think you're ahead of us on number 4.
No, this is still, it's the paragraph I'm reading from is in number 3. It's on the bottom of page 9. I want to say it's line 31 or 32. And it says, although the CASAC is not suggesting for the EPA to add studies done outside of the US and Canada.
Okay, I'm not.
It's line 28, actually. Line 28.
Sorry, I got lots of comments that were added.
I know. We just need to make sure that we have one thing we can reference that doesn't keep moving. So thank you.
All right, I'll put that in there, and you whatever you all decide, but just something to perhaps put in that future, again, as a recommendation for future, not to change this.
Okay.
Oh, hi, Leanne. Can I respond to that point?
Please.
Okay, and since I don't see any hands up, I apologize if I'm cutting line. So I think this may be a point where people may feel differently. So just looking at it, if it was me alone, which thank goodness it's not, I would not be suggesting they further justify restricting to US and Canada only. I would be suggesting they not restrict to the US and Canada only. So I would prefer that it say that they further justify and consider not having this restriction. Someone else can word that differently, but I just want to say that this point gets at my issue I was saying, but is not actually what I was saying. I'm suggesting that it's not fully justified. I am fine with saying that we're not suggesting they have to redo it for this assessment. So this is a situation where we want to be clear that it's a recommendation for the future, because I think it would be just too much logistically to try to adjust this one. I think John's going to solve it for us.
Okay, thank you. John?
I'm not going to solve it. I just totally agree with what Michelle said.
Okay.
So, yeah. It's a future issue, not for this review.
Well, it's a future issue, but which is, I think, what we're saying at the beginning of the clause in 28, but and I think we're intending to say we just want them to justify it better. I think that's what the text starting on line 29 is saying. But maybe what we want to add to, or make it clear, which hasn't come out and been stated directly, is that we actually prefer that they incorporate studies outside the US as well.
That's what I would like to see.
And
I
that's
think
not
I think
stated.
that's what Michelle said.
Yeah.
Right. And I also, I forget who said it, but I also agree we should try not to be prescriptive when we don't have to be. So, I mean, one way to word it would be that we recommend they consider incorporating studies outside the US and Canada, which is, indicating that we didn't find that 100% justified, but not being as prescriptive. So if they really want to come back and try to hard justify it, they can, but that would be one option for wording that we recommend they consider.
Or I was thinking we just say that we prefer that they would include them after we've said that we're not asking them to do it in this review.
I would prefer that too, what you just said, Leanne.
Okay. Jennifer.
Yeah, sorry if I'm restating something that was just said, but I do agree. I agree with the way Michelle worded it, that they consider looking beyond the Canadian and US studies, and maybe even state that what our preference is. But I agree that we shouldn't be prescriptive, that they should consider it. And maybe there are good reasons, probably not, but I think we could leave it open. But I think in this bullet, there are probably 2 points that need to be made. One is strengthening the justification for including only US and Canadian studies in the current document, and then the future recommendation.
Okay, great, thank you. So we'll probably have to add some text to make that clear, because it's kind of a little bit mushed together in a way that and not clearly articulated about the future. Anything else on page 9? Okay, I'm going to suggest we move on to page 10. This starts out question number 4, and this is about the risk assessment. And I think Jim Boylan had some proposed additions and edits that we need to discuss. I think those were circulated, so people had a chance to see them. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. But if you want, I'll kind of read them kind of just for the record, and then we can discuss them.
Sure, or at least summarize them. They're
okay.
kind of long, but certainly, yeah. Let's talk about that.
All right, I'll summarize. So the lines 4 through 6, I added an in general at the beginning, and then added an extra sentence that said, however, some panel members had concerns with how air quality was adjusted to simulate, quote unquote, just meeting the current and alternative standards. And then 2 additional bullets were added further down. One basically talking about the just meeting the alternative approach, and basically an alternative approach using more recent design values, and then basically concluding with alternatively EPA could provide both sets of results. And then the other bullet just added asked about the tables, basically doing a breakdown by individual CBSA to allow us to basically see that instead of just getting one lump sum number. We can actually look and see the geographic distribution of the risk. So those were my suggested additions.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on this? So we're talking about text lines 4 through on the current document without the changes 18, but it adds two substantial bullets. And so it's before the text that starts for future PAs. That's the section we're talking about. Okay, hearing no further discussion, I think we'll move on to this section that starts for future PAs. That's on line 19, and there's a handful of bullets that extend onto page 11, line 8. And I know Mark Frampton wanted to discuss the second bullet about the morbidity-based risk assessments.
Yeah, I'm not sure I remember what we actually concluded about this, but I didn't think, I don't remember us coming to consensus about it. The problem, in my view, with including morbidity-based risk assessments is it introduces a whole lot of issues and questions. You know, what morbidity, how you weight the morbidity in a risk assessment. Would considering morbidity, assuming that any morbidity is going to be given less value than mortality, would it change the outcome of the risk assessment? You know, I think the consideration is, I mean, I think the concern arises legitimately from the fact there's a lot of morbidity out there underneath this, the mortality that is part of the risk assessment, and that is not considered in the PA. But I don't think that it's reasonable or practical to expect EPA to do morbidity-based risk assessments. Now we're just asking them to consider it, but if people have other recollections of whether we were in agreement on this or want to support this, I'd be willing to hear it, but I would prefer to take this out.
Hey, Mark, this is Jim. I guess the question is, why can't EPA do this? And I know if you're talking about the weighting, you know, I mean, they could just report number of morbidity cases and kind of leave it like that. They don't have to weight them against the mortality numbers. But I guess I'm trying to understand why you don't think EPA could even do this.
Well, I think it all has to do with the weighting. How are you, you know, the risk assessment? I mean, mortality is pretty easy because you just have numbers of deaths to consider. But if you're going to add to that assessment numbers of cases of COPD, for example, you know, you have to decide, does PM 2.5 actually cause COPD? And no, we're probably not, you know, we haven't determined that. So has it caused admissions to hospitals from COPD? Is that as important? You know, how many hospital admissions is the equivalent of one death? So you have to weight it in some way in order to make it part of the risk assessment, right? I mean, I'm no expert in risk assessments, but providing counts doesn't, you know, you have to consider how the count is going to impact the risk assessment.
Well, I mean, I guess one argument could be is, you know, number of hospital visits and things like that are reported, and then I guess different people could weight them differently. You know, I don't know if EPA has to weight them. If they were reported, you know, 100 times more hospital visits than deaths, you know, is that significant? And one person may think it is, another may think it is not. But having that information, I think, would be helpful. for people making determinations. But you're right. I mean, I don't know of a good way to weight them and come up with a single number.
All right, let's hear what John Bombs has to say.
Well, Mark, are you just referring to the PM 2.5 risk assessment? Because unless I'm wrong, hasn't asthma been used for other NACs in terms of healthcare utilization? I'm not proposing that we ask them to study asthma for a risk assessment for PM 2.5 now or in the future necessarily, but I think they can use morbidity outcomes in risk assessments and have done so. And I agree with Jim that I don't think you need to weight a morbidity outcome if you're reporting mortality. Mortality may be the ultimate driver of where the NACs would be, where the level would be for being most protective of public health. But I don't think it would hurt a risk assessment to also show how exacerbations of COPD, healthcare utilization for COPD might be influenced as well.
That's kind of my point, is that now if you're dealing with a pollutant for which there is no mortality signal, or there's not enough data to support a mortality effect to make it a causal determination, but you have clear evidence for a causal asthma exacerbation signal, then you would base your risk assessment on asthma exacerbations, and you could count those numbers, and that is driving your risk assessment. But if there is a mortality signal, as there is for PM 2.5, then all of the morbidity, is going to be less than the mortality in terms of any weight that you're going to apply. So my point is, I guess, that adding morbidity is not likely to change the outcome of the risk assessment.
Though you might have effects at lower levels for a morbid outcome as opposed to mortality. Conceptually, I'm not saying that.
Yeah, that's a point.
Okay, Jennifer.
I was going to say just what John said about, potentially coming to different conclusions, depending on the scenario. And, I think it's valid to leave it in and include it as a consider, because I think, they could develop some new ways and that could become very valuable in terms of this assessment.
Okay, thank you. Stephanie.
I want to echo my colleagues' comments about leaving it in and thinking about how the mortality outcomes bias towards older populations and potentially do not consider younger populations where this outcome will be much harder to achieve. So I think it's worth having them consider.
Okay, thank you. Christina.
I guess I agree with what was just said by Jennifer and John and Stephanie in terms of this being framed as a consideration, because right now we're estimating what we think, effects might be, but it's potentially could have a large effect. So keeping the language in there in terms of consideration, I think makes sense. And then EPA can then make that determination. Yeah.
Thank you. Barbara?
I support keeping it in there because it seems like doing a separate risk assessment for morbidity may be useful, and especially understanding better the effects on children.
Thank you. Mark?
All right, I'm convinced, and maybe we should add to that paragraph something about, it might provide evidence for impacts at lower concentrations, something like that, what John's point.
And sounds like other populations I heard as well, right? Other at-risk populations.
Yeah, it does mention that.
Oh, it does, okay.
Well, race, ethnicity, income, and at-risk populations. Could add age to that, I suppose.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll leave that in and look at a slight expansion to incorporate the lower concentration and maybe something about population. Anything else on this section? I had a note for the bullet that starts on line 38. And to delete from line 42, impacting specific regions as a clarification to climate change. So we'll drop that. Christina.
Yes, I was just rereading the sentence on lines 31 through 33. And just recalling from conversation, it seems like what the consensus about was considering an expansion of the geographic scope of the risk assessments, which is in the second half, not necessarily justifying, why a more narrower risk assessment was done. So I'm just wondering if the beginning of that, a clear description of the barriers to conducting a risk assessment of the entire US population, if that's kind of a moot point. We're just asking them to consider an expansion in the future.
Okay. Got that. Let's see. We are with this response goes to page 11, line 8. Looks like the bullet that starts on line 38 that Terry Gordon suggested adding a concluding sentence to that. I don't know if you wanted to weigh in about that now, Terry. This was the bullet about primary and secondary adjustment approaches.
Nothing to add. It was just a suggestion. I like strong summary statements after a good paragraph.
Okay, well, if somebody wants to suggest that, that would be appreciated. I think we can do that offline, because I don't think you're asking for any change in the meaning. You're just asking for a concluding statement.
Correct.
So I think is that it? Can we move on to page 11, the rest of our responses? So there's 2 sets of questions that we responded to. So that would be our responses on lines 12 through 38 of page 11. For a version you haven't edited and moved the line numbers around. Jim Boylan.
A couple of minor edits here. I guess the first one on line 14. However, some CASAC members are concerned. I would propose to change it to some CASAC members are concerned. And also on line 17, where it says, therefore CASAC questions, therefore some CASAC members question. Those would be my 2 recommendations, since in both cases, I'm not concerned or questioning.
Okay. Got it. Anything else to the text in this section?
Just is some the right word? Do we think?
We can say a minority instead.
A minority is concerned.
CASAC. Yeah.
do we think it's a minority of members that is concerned about that the current risk assessment may not adequately characterize mortality risks with regard to short-term exposures?
But I think in this case, it's a majority. So it's just flipped, right?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark. I was just about to say the same thing.
Thank you. I'm sorry, it's hard to take notes and be on top of the details.
You're doing a great job.
All right, we'll change it to majority. Jim, your hand's still up. Did you want to say something more?
No, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. All right, are we ready to move on to question 5? We would be on page 12. Question 5 has 2 sections, but we'll go from on page 12 from line 1 to 28. This is about our views about the adequacy of the current standards. Anything? I've got a little bit of wordsmithing from Mark on the first bullet. Otherwise, I don't see anything. Jim, do you have your hand up again?
Yes, I do. So the first sentence, the interpretation of the risk assessment for the annual standard is appropriate given the scientific findings. So I guess by saying the interpretation, is that meaning, you know, the number of deaths that are prevented, or is that basically the bigger conclusion that the current standard does not adequately protect public health? And I would support the second statement. And so I don't know if we want to make it clear, basically clearer what interpretation we're saying is appropriate.
Okay, let me stop you for a second because I was in a different place and I realized you're talking about page 11, line 32.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I know if you've been editing your document, it's somewhere else.
Oh, yeah, I jumped ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, no, this is not ahead. This is actually back.
Wait, so this is where I thought he was. Jim, is this the sentence you're talking about? The interpretation of the risk assessment for the annual standard is appropriate given the scientific findings presented. I think that's where you are, Liam.
Yes. Well, I was asking about the following page, but I hadn't realized we weren't done with this page. So now I'm with you.
Okay.
And so you want, will you restate what you're asking, please?
Well, I guess by saying the interpretation is appropriate, I guess I want to make it clear what interpretation we think is appropriate. You know, if it's the number of deaths that are prevented by these lower standards, you know, like I've emphasized before, I think this approach overestimates that number. But if we're talking about the interpretation that the current primary annual PM 2.5 standard is not adequate to protect public health, I do agree with that. So I think it's important to maybe clarify which interpretation we believe is appropriate, I mean, maybe it's the interpretation of the risk, the interpretation.
Or the adequacy of the annual standard is what you're saying regarding the adequacy of the annual standard.
Right. I'm good. I think it supports that.
Okay, we'll add those words to make that crystal clear. What aspect of the interpretation we're talking about?
And right, if we make that clear, I guess if we were talking about the number of deaths that were prevented, I was wanting to add another sentence, basically summarizing the concerns about the approach of just meeting the current standard. But if we clarify that the interpretation is related to the adequacy of the annual PM 2.5 standard, then I think I'm good.
Okay, let's leave it at that and not expand this.
Also, I guess the next sentence, as discussed above, some CASAC members or a majority of the CASAC questions, I guess, the majority of the CASAC questions, blah, blah, blah.
Where are you now?
I'm sorry,
It's
it's the
on line
next,
33 of page 11.
Yeah,
The second sentence in that paragraph.
it says, as discussed above, the CASAC questions, and I would say the majority of the CASAC questions.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is in line with what we said in the previous questions.
Yes, thank you. All right, now I think we're on page 12. And this is question 5, and it has 2 sub questions. So we're going to talk about our overall response about the section. And this is the preliminary conclusions about the adequacy of the current primary PM 2.5 standards. So we do get into what we think our alternative levels are later. So this is just about the preliminary conclusions about the adequacy. And so any comments on lines 1 to 28 on page 12? And Jim, your hand's up again. Is that intended?
Well, yes and no. I forgot to take it down, but I do have a comment on line 23. That first sentence. Again,
Okay.
I would like to put the majority of the CASAC members have concerns about relying on the findings from human exposure studies.
Okay, got it. Anybody else have anything else you want to suggest in these lines? Okay, then moving on to
Leanne, I'm
what?
sorry.
That's okay.
I just had trouble getting my hand up in time.
Yep.
I don't want to make a big deal here. I want to move on, but the first bullet on line 4, the language on vulnerable populations, I just, since we've been going back and forth about vulnerable, and I realized the EPA used that, I just wonder if we should be clear again about that we don't really even like the term vulnerability.
Okay, yes, let's do that. And I'm going to ask that some subset of you, like you or Christina and Jane, would be another valuable added person to sort of help with rewording that. I would appreciate that.
I have something to add just with regard to John's comment. I know in some portions of the document, we have the language that was used from the PA in quotations and also italics. So I'm wondering if we also have the vulnerable in italics, it's the language that's in the EPA document versus the language from us, from the CASAC, sorry. That may help clarify things too, in addition to adding a sentence about the usage of different terms.
That's a good suggestion.
Okay, so we'll do that too. Anything else, Mike?
Yeah, I just wanted to revisit line 23 because my recollection was that we had a consensus that there were some concerns about the use of the human exposure studies for identifying minimum concentrations, given that the populations did not include all of these more at-risk groups. So, I'm just wondering whether saying the majority of CASAC had concerns or whether we really did have a consensus.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. And I want to say that, I absolutely want us to respect our diversity of opinions, but I also, unlike the previous CASAC, I would like us, I want to go back to the history that I'm more used to on CASAC, which is where we really do our very best to strive for complete consensus where all possible. So as opposed to, making sure that we recognize everywhere where we might slightly deviate, I would like to try to strive to word things so that we can all agree. So if it's possible to maybe this is a place where we could revisit that. It is true that we had a lot of discussion about the human exposure studies not being a good way, or at least the way that EPA was doing it, to come up with the minimum concentrations, and we had some very nice text in one of the documents explaining that. So I think that's really what this is saying. So
Yeah, this is Jim. So I'll go ahead and have it changed back. And I didn't realize it was talking about the minimum concentration. So I think that's one that we can go with the take out the majority.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, and let's also try to do what we can to come together wherever possible. Christina and Mike, you still have your hands up. Are they left over? Okay.
Yeah, mine's left over.
Okay. So now I think we're on to the response to Part A, which starts on line 34 of page 12 and ends on line 2 of page 13. And there's some small edits. And I also had a flag to make sure that that we did agree that it was the majority of us, and I think we do. But anyway, just to revisit that, Jim.
Yeah, I guess down at the minority parts on line 40, it says a minority of the CASAC, however, comma, I would like to add, agrees with EPA's preliminary conclusion and then continue on, finds that the rationale provided in the draft PA justifies. And then at the end of the sentence, it says, based on the risk assessment provided, comma, controlled human exposure studies, comma, and limited epidemiological evidence, period. Because it was really not just the risk assessment, it was multiple things going into that conclusion.
Okay, got it. All right, gonna move on then. Oh, and Mark asked about changing the form here. We do discuss the form at some length later, so I think my judgment was we didn't need to bring that up here too.
That's fine.
All right, so we're on to B, which is supporting the preliminary conclusion of revising the primary annual standard. There was a little bit of, I guess it was Alexandra thought there was a little bit of redundancy, but otherwise I didn't see anything that we need to discuss. Maybe we don't need to discuss that specifically. We can look at that offline. It's probably as long as you think it's more wordsmithing. Okay, I'm going to move on to question 6 on Line 13 starts on line, excuse me, page 13 starts on line 25, and it goes through page 14, line 31. So it's the whole response to question 6, which is sort of limitations and uncertainties, broadly summarized, the evidence appropriately characterized, I would say. I've got a couple of edits, question about whether on, where is it? Past ISAs, line 36, do we mean ISA or PA? Because this document is about PAs.
I think the point is pertinent both for the previous ISAs and PAs, but for this document, if you want to change it to PA, that would make sense.
We could put both.
Okay.
I'll just add NPAs for that. And I had flagged on page 14, line 21 to 22, the CASAC recommends that EPA revise their characterization of key elements of studies to take into account these perspectives. Mark.
Yeah, sorry, not to beat a dead horse again, but going back to the prior page, I think it's line 28. I'm actually less concerned with this, but I just wanted to be consistent. We do say newer causal inference methods there.
Oh, okay.
Change.
Yeah, we'll get that fixed. Thanks for bringing that up. We might have missed that. We'll look for that. I'll have to do a search on causal and make sure every reference to causal is appropriately. So Aaron, would you make a note to do that, to help us remember to do that?
Yep.
So that we don't miss any of these. All right, going back to page 14, we had a long paragraph about concerns about characterization and interpretation of key elements of studies, and then we're saying we recommend that they revise their characterization to take into account these perspectives. So I wanted to make sure that everybody was okay with that. Jennifer.
Yeah, I'm definitely okay with it, and I'm just lost it, but there was a place where it said significance, and I think that's not what we meant.
Oh,
I just completely lost it.
Line 7, right after table 3-6 in parentheses, it says.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that should show positive effects, or I don't think we meant just significant, statistically significant there.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Anything else? Terry, you mentioned something was unclear, but that was
line 9. Just I didn't know what it wasn't clear to me, a non-epidemiologist, when it said something about the restricted set at the end of that sentence.
Yeah, so this is line 8 to 9, the clause which would therefore have had even lower means in the restricted set. I think what it means is that the study means that are reported are at whatever value, and then you restrict the data to below a certain level, and the study mean is going to be even lower. That's what it means. Maybe we can look at rewording. Okay,
You could possibly say when the data is restricted. Sorry, I just had it and lost what I was going to say.
the data are restricted.
Lower, which would therefore have had even lower means when the data is restricted to lower levels. Something like that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, anything else in this section before we go on to additional research? And I don't have anything flagged here, but we did have an extensive discussion about ultrafines, and as long as we feel like we know how to make the edits to add it to this section from our previous discussion, I don't know that we need to revisit it. We're talking now about the future research for chapter 3. This is page 14, line 36 through page 5, the bottom of page 15. Somebody's made a less than or equal instead of purely less than sign, which will get included. John Bombs, what would you like to say?
Well, we had quite a discussion about the course fraction back a few meetings ago. And should we recommend more research to be done on the course fraction, health effects of the course fraction?
Well, this is PM 2.5, so I think there's a comparable question.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I'm forgetting.
Section.
Yeah, I'm forgetting there's another section, and
yeah, although
my bad.
Well, no, that's fine, because I have to say that this was one of there were 3 topics that really didn't get the discussion they deserved at our last meeting because we ran out of time. One was the secondary standard, which we revisited at our last meeting. A second one was future research, I think, for PM 2.5, and the last one was PM 10 overall, that whole chapter. So if you were on that chapter, Michael has proposed some revisions that have circulated over the weekend. I would ask you to look and see whether the future research on the course fraction is adequately addressed in that chapter. And you're muted.
Did Michael send that to everyone or just a
small group, but he could send it on.
Yeah, if Michael would send it to me, I'd appreciate it.
It actually didn't change that much from what was or at least part of what was in the document already. It was just a little bit of more stronger wording about our point of view. But the future research, please look and make sure that, of course, is addressed to your satisfaction there and bring it up again.
Well, I just wanted to raise an issue that part of the large uncertainty in the course PM research, when you look at the reasons that the EPA looked at, why the evidence was not very strong, a major part of the uncertainty that they talked about was the use in most of the studies of using the difference between PM 2.5 and PM 10 as a measure of the course fraction. And they put that out and say that caused major uncertainty, but they don't really quantify what that uncertainty was, which they could do statistically. But I think the thing for future research is a greater emphasis on directly measuring course PM and strengthening the network to provide that data. Because without it, you can't really do a good job of assessing whether, what the risks are and what the standards should be set at.
I'm sorry, I jumped ahead though. I mean, I agree with what Michael just said, but it was my
Okay.
bad.
Just make sure when we come to chapter 4 that this gets, make sure it's in our write-up. We have notes about it, but it could easily miss it in the write-up if we're not careful. Deborah.
So at the risk of taking us completely out, which I don't want to do, we're talking about differences in particle size as contributor to health effects. We don't seem to ever talk about the composition or the speciation, which has got to be where all the action is, and where you can also have regulatory influence ultimately. It just seems like saying something about understanding the impact of speciation, which probably accounts for both similarities and differences across studies, because that's what's going to differ, instead of the particle itself. I could be totally on, but just something to think about.
Debbie, I think it's here. It's there's a bullet in the section called sources and components.
Line 15, page 15.
But controlled human exposure studies with primary and secondary PM sources and components are warranted, as they could eventually aid the design of more effective air pollution control strategies.
But I almost have the sense that you're talking about, when you say sources, where it's coming from, not what it is chemically, how it is chemically.
Right, sources, that's true, but components means species.
Maybe toxic component, I don't know, something, because I'm not sure that everybody's going to understand what we mean by components.
Chemical constituents.
Something to that effect.
Okay.
If we're on page 15, are we on page 15? There's a bullet on PM composition and sources. So
yeah,
that's the should be expanded.
And 27, sorry.
That's the one for accountability studies. And I think, Debbie, that might have some of what you're looking for.
Yeah, so there's two bullets actually. It's one on line 15 and one starting on line 27.
Okay.
So if you're satisfied, that's good. Otherwise, help us add what we need to add. Particularly since this discussion got short shrift in the public meeting. So I think it's even more important that we add here as needed. Anybody else? George Allen.
Well, not to totally derail the conversation, but future work, to distinguish between chemical composition and physical characteristics. We all know what chemical composition is. Physical characteristics would be number, concentration, mass, surface area, long deposited surface area. I know a lot of folks feel that that might be the physical characteristic that may be most important compared to anything else. Surface area is D2. That's an adjacent aerosol moment to D3, which is mass. They're reasonably highly correlated, which would explain why maybe PM 2.5 is our most robust indicator of health effects, but maybe it's surface area. So future research, I would like to see maybe some mention of the need to measure surface area. It can be done using charge-based techniques. I just thought I would throw that out for consideration.
So could you just suggest a bullet to add in if it doesn't get meshed into one of the existing bullets?
Sure.
Thank you. Corey.
Back to the bullet that I think Christina brought up on page 15, line 27 about PM composition and sources and accountability studies. The last sentence of that bullet says future epidemiology studies should provide. A wording issue is that, as we talked about, EPA doesn't have control over what epidemiology studies do and don't do. So maybe something like EPA should look for opportunities to emphasize epidemiology studies that provide information on PM composition and PM sources. They cite at least one in the PA that looked specifically at an epi study of PM derived from coal power plants. So anyway, it more just something about what we can ask or suggest that they do for future research is to figure out ways to emphasize that versus what epidemiologists should do.
Yeah, although I think there's a little bit of a distinction in the future research because we're helping to recommend to EPA what research they can encourage. So they're not necessarily doing it themselves, but we're helping them to know to prioritize future
Yeah,
research.
no,
From
okay.
that point of view, I think we can be a little more expansive about what should happen because we're just helping them push an agenda.
Okay. No disagreement there. You're right. I mean, they do cite one that does that. And so I guess maybe I'm a hair worried that the wording implies that those epidemiology studies don't exist, but they do, and they were cited. So, but that's a wordsmithing thing more than anything else.
Okay, and if you could send some wording, that would be really awesome.
I'm sorry, Judy, can I jump in? Can I jump in here, Leanne?
Go
I was going
ahead.
to say this, I think I wrote the first part of this. So I think the focus was on the accountability studies because we had some studies that were not included that were doing this on the accountability studies. And I think the issue was because it's not looking specifically at PM 2.5 alone, there's all this other information or other pollutants included in the study that aren't necessarily considered when making the decision about health effect of PM 2.5. And I think that was the point was that these should be considered and they should be encouraged or whatever it is that you want to put it. But the focus it is specifically even for accountability studies that they should be looking for these types of things, this type of work. It is out there. And I included some of our own stuff, but others as well in my own personal comments.
So this seems like this goes beyond future research, David, though. This is sort of like, how does EPA incorporate studies that aren't specifically focused on, say, PM 2.5 mass? It seems like it's almost a different point, or not?
Well, I mean, this is kind of what my thinking was on this, was that when we're trying to make a decision about PM 2.5 and the effects at different levels of PM 2.5 and making, are there steeper slope at lower concentrations, we need to be thinking not just about PM 2.5 as if it's one thing, but that PM 2.5 at lower concentration likely reflects different composition. And I think that's all that I was trying to do. And I think, Barbara, you had some comments on this when this was edited a few times as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to have that in future research, even if there is some there that wasn't talked about this time, right?
Okay, good.
Thank you, Judy, for letting me jump in.
Judy.
I don't see how Dave knows who raised the hand first. I was going to comment on the health effect of ultrafine particle for future research. What George mentioned that, and for our previous discussion, probably should clarify ultrafine particle measurement includes number, which is count, surface area, and mass, which is the volume concentrations, and the size and the distributions. So there's three, they do the particle count and then we assume the density, then we kind of estimate the mass concentrations for the ultrafine particles. So this part of a discussion probably along with Terry or whoever added that the insert paragraph go into this page 15,937, just to clarify that different measurement, not necessarily impact can allow us to do the particle composition, but typically we use in the scanning mobility particle sizer, we count it. So.
Judy, are you saying this is where George's text about surface area goes?
That's right. Thank you, Barbara. Yeah. Because we deal with the similar subject, it's ultrafine.
Okay. Corey, you still have your hand up. Is that left over? Yeah, okay. Terry.
I was just going to say thanks to Debbie for bringing it up. Looking back at my career and a certain colleague at NYU, particle composition and source probably matters more than a lot of things that we're discussing, and that EPA has the ability to even regulate or look at. So anything we can do to emphasize source and composition is important.
So I would just ask that maybe you and Debbie and I guess Barbara, since she's the lead on this section, make sure that that's addressed adequately. My notes suggest we're just folded into some existing bullets, but maybe it's important enough it needs its own bullet, and go ahead and write one then to reflect this discussion.
Even if we use Jim's wording and say the majority of CASAC believes.
I don't think anybody's going to disagree about future research. I don't think you need to worry about that. But thank you. Michael.
Yeah, I just wanted to also add in that in terms of doing the risk assessment, EPA should really take into account differences, regional and local differences in the concentration response functions that may be due to differences in the sources and composition of the PM in local areas. Because right now we use sort of an overall average sort of term, but what is happening in California may be very different than what's happening in Ohio. So more research is needed in really identifying that.
Okay, so that might be another bullet to add.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm sure Barbara will appreciate your help in that text.
I'm trying to at least make sure I know who made comments in case I didn't get them right. But
Yeah,
I heard it was George and Harry, George and Terry and Michael and Dave, Rich.
Debbie.
And Debbie, yeah, it depends on the bullet, but yeah. And Judy also weighed in on the, but maybe that was just helping George's point.
Okay, yeah. I think that's it, right? In case I get it wrong, those are the people I can reach out to.
Yeah, and Corey had some rewording, but maybe that was clarified sufficiently. Okay. Wow, I think, are we done with this section? I think so. We've got another big one on the next page. Our advice on the primary standards, which I'm hoping we went through enough. We don't have too many changes, but we will see. Given that we've got another 40 minutes, I think we can start on that. I'm happy that we aren't as far behind as I thought we might be after last meeting. So let's get going. Page 16. Any changes? I have a couple of things that I flagged for discussion about majority and so on, but I'll see first if anybody has anything they want to bring up before I get there. Jim.
Yeah, we're on page 16. So down at the bottom, I guess the last paragraph kind of runs into page 17. So can I talk about that one or should I wait?
Yeah, you can if you want to. Yeah, although I was yeah, we can start with that. Go ahead.
Well, I don't mind waiting if you have stuff ahead of that.
Well, let's see. I had a flag on, I got to keep track because I've got different versions in front of me. On line 16, we had differing opinions about the best recommended range. The majority, I think that goes with what you're about to say. And then that gets carried through for the next two paragraphs, starting in line 23 is about the majority, and then line 38 is about the minority. So yeah, why don't you go ahead and talk about the minority opinion on line 38?
Yeah, and it's mostly just a little rewording. Let's see, the last sentence or the line 43, the last part of that, it says in ranging between 9.8 to 12.12 or 8.1 to 11.9. And then it talks about for hybrid modeling, blah, 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 or to the entire study area. So it's taking the first group of numbers to go with the first part of that. To me, I think it would just read better to put the range with the text that goes with it. So, I mean, it's basically going to say the same thing, but I think it reads better if it says ranging between 9.8 and 12.12 micrograms per cubic meter for hybrid modeling with unweighted averages of grid cells averaged to the same resolution of the study data, comma, and 11.8 to 11.9 for hybrid modeling with unweighted averages of grid cells averaged to the entire study area. So it kind of says the same thing, but to me it was confusing to put those groups together and then group the description later on. So that's the first.
Okay, and I actually had this flagged because I wanted to suggest deleting the second part altogether about to the entire, because I don't really think it's scientifically valid to average to the entire study area. And so, I mean, it is your minority opinion, so I think we need to reflect that, but I think the point is adequately made without that. And I mean, I left it in because we had iterated and I wanted to make sure that I didn't change it without, you being involved. But I would actually recommend that we delete the reference, the averaging to the entire study area, which reflects both the text that you talked about that on it's line 2 to 2, as well as the values, but it also is relevant to the to line 7, which is the 40 to 50% for hybrid modeling average to the entire study area. And I had gone through, I appreciated you sent me the places in the PA that talked about this, and I'd gone through and looked at all that to make sure the numbers all corresponded. But I just don't recommend that we highlight averaging to the entire study area because I don't think it's valid. So, and I think the point can be made without bringing that up. So maybe while you're looking and thinking about that, I see that Mike Kleiman has his hand up. So maybe he wants to weigh in on this topic.
Well, I was going to weigh in on something else. I wanted to look back at line 20. And I think it's important to state at the beginning of that paragraph that CASAC finds that an annual standard below 12 micrograms per cubic meter is supported by a large and coherent body of evidence.
No, wait a minute. What?
Yeah,
I may be on the wrong page. Wait a minute.
I'm back on page 16, line 15.
Line 15. Thank you.
And I was thinking that we should make a strong statement that we want to reduce the standard.
Yes, the intent of the way this is organized is that the first paragraph that starts on line 3 is supposed to say that. And we should strengthen that we're all in agreement that the standard should be lowered. And we should say whatever we need to say that strongly. And then we go on to say, well, we have different opinions about what the level should be. And so paragraph 15 pretty much just introduces that and then affirms at the end, that while we have different points of view about what the level should be, we all agree it should be lowered. But that, so that point gets reiterated at the end of the second paragraph that we are in consensus that it should be lowered, but we've already gone through the details.
Okay.
And then we go, and then the paragraph 23 says what most of us think, and then the paragraph starting on 38 gives the minority opinion. So that's how it's organized. And I really wanted, again, sort of picking up on the theme that I talked about earlier, just a little bit earlier in the meeting, I want us to express our consensus whenever and however possible, and only resort to difference of opinion as necessary, as absolutely necessary. Now, I believe it's absolutely necessary in this section to have the difference of opinion, but the reason that it's written this way is we start out with, we are unanimous, we think there's a strong body of evidence, the standard needs to be lowered. And if we don't say that well enough, let's strengthen it. And then we go on to say, well, we have different points of view about the level, and here's what they are. So, sorry, I went on a little bit about that, but I'm going to assume that you are done with your comment, and Barbara's next.
I really want to strongly support the structure of this section. I think a bunch of people work pretty hard on it, and that, yeah, I like the way it starts strong and unified, and then we talk about differences down below. The only thing I think we could do differently that would make it slightly stronger would be to reverse the order of the first two sentences. So we'd say, regarding the annual PM 2.5 standard, all CASAC members agree that the current level of the annual standard is not sufficiently protective and should be lowered. And then we say, we reached consensus on the indicator form and averaging time, that they should be retained.
Okay, great. We'll make that change. Thank you. So Jim.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to clarify, you were suggesting that the 8.1 to 11.9 piece of it be removed. Was that your suggestion?
Yes, the 8.9 to 11.9.
Yeah, 8.1 to 11.9. Right. So I'm good with removing that. And so it would just be left with the 9.8 to 12.2 and the text that is associated with that.
That's right. And then the other thing that I want to remove that's consistent with that is on line 7, the 40 to 50%. That's the same, the same point. It's just in percentages.
Yep, that makes sense. Right.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because I just didn't feel like that was something that we wanted to be promoting as a way to look at the information.
Okay. One thing I wanted to add one extra sentence as well, and basically the second to last after, right after we take out the 40 to 50%, that I wanted to add a sentence, and it sounds something like, applying these percentages to the concentration ranges above result in values that are all over 10.6 micrograms per cubic meter, with most values over 11.0 micrograms per cubic meter, period. Because what that does is it basically combines the first piece of the paragraph with the second piece of the paragraph with the percentages.
Can you say that one more time?
Yes. Applying these percentages, so the 10 to 20% and the 14 to 18%, applying these percentages to the concentration ranges above result in values that are all over 10.6 micrograms per cubic meter, comma, with most values over 11.0 micrograms per cubic meter, period.
Okay, we've got notes on that and appreciate having it in writing as well. Mark.
Yeah, so I just had a question reading this over. I get this is the minority opinion here, but the last sentence of that says, recommendation of 10 to 11 micrograms per cubic meter emphasizes increasing uncertainties in the epidemiological findings at concentrations below 10. That I guess what I'm reacting to is that sounds to me like a statement of truth as opposed to an opinion about the data. And as a matter of fact, I don't know that I agree with that. As someone might have their opinion on that, I'm fine with it. But it reads to me like it's being stated as a matter of fact.
Well, we can reword it if we want to.
I didn't. Yeah.
Placing more weight on uncertainties, something like that. Would that help? That doesn't really, that,
Yeah, I guess I have to think about what would.
It seems like at some point the uncertainties increase, but maybe we don't all agree on at what concentration that happens. They increase if you go low enough.
Right. But I guess what I'm concerned about is that if you're looking at studies where the levels are quite high, yeah, the uncertainties as you move away from the general bulk of the data get more. But the fact that there are some at high levels, as you get to the, in those studies, the data gets sparser here. But in the studies that are under 12, there's very little uncertainty around where the bulk of that data is. And so I guess that's the issue I'm having.
Is this an issue of the epidemiologic findings text? Because it seems like could you just reword that a little bit, kind of in what Mark, you said there, that it's, it's not necessarily the uncertainties in the conclusions, is it?
I'm not sure I understood.
Well, I mean, we're not trying to draw, saying that making conclusions from epidemiologic studies with concentrations less than 12 micrograms per cubic meters, that's not the major issue, is that there's uncertainties specifically more imprecision or something, I guess, or is that what people are arguing? That's what I'm not clear on here. And it is, and I think we want to be very careful.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out. Uncertainty, if it's referring to precision in estimates, right? I mean, yeah, if you take a study where there's hardly any data at that level, it'll be uncertain. But if you take a study where there is data at that level, of which there are several, it is less uncertain, right?
I wasn't sure if this was central to Jim's argument either.
Yeah, I know.
I think, there's several of us wrote this trying to interpret what people were thinking. And so I'm not sure for the minority members that this is an important, that last sentence is it important?
No, I think it's important.
And what is it? So maybe if I understood better what the concern is, I would understand what the phrasing
shape, it's always hard to tell what the CR functions look like, if they're linear or not as you go lower into the distribution. So it's my understanding that there's increased uncertainties the lower you go.
That is true, but it's not that it's the lower you go, it's whether you go into a region where there's little data. And so there are early studies where all the levels were higher because our levels were higher, where that was absolutely true because there was little data down there. But there are several studies in the ISA that are at that range that are not uncertain. They have very tight confidence intervals. So that's. And so and again, I mean, I'm not, I think a matter of opinion is different from a matter of all the data is uncertain down there. I don't want the sentence to imply that we generally think that all the data is uncertain down there, because I certainly don't think that. So
it depends on the study.
Right.
Exactly. And if the mean is, if you get far enough below the mean, then the effect estimate becomes uncertain. But
right.
Okay, let's see if Jennifer and or Jeremy can enlighten this discussion a little bit more.
I was going to talk about the majority paragraph, but just to respond to this discussion, I think we need to clarify discussing whether there are positive associations and what the shape of the concentration response function is, because those are two different questions. I think we're just saying, is there an effect are there associations at lower concentrations, not if it's a steeper association or weaker than at other concentrations.
Okay, Jeremy, did you want to?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, well, Jen said a little bit of what I wanted to say as well, but I think that the question about the uncertainties, especially at the lower range of concentrations, is really about, the superlinearity or linear CR function. But the uncertainties, I would also have problems like Mark implying that there's much greater uncertainties around the concentrations that we're discussing right now, right? That certainly doesn't seem to be the consensus, or I don't agree with it. So I would have problems if that last sentence actually implies that there is this increased uncertainty.
So maybe if I just can talk about that a little bit, is it, Jim, that there are fewer studies with means at lower concentrations?
Yes.
Does that help us somehow?
I think that's part of it.
Which is why I felt personally in my individual comments that assuming that it's going to be a superlinear function, given the sparseness of the data, is probably inappropriate. That's why I preferred like just assuming that it's linear. But that was like a very specific case scenario, and I think that last sentence, or if people interpret that last sentence to mean that we have, there's some uncertainties that led us to kind of come to this final value, I would have problems with that.
So what if we said this recommendation of 10 to 11 micrograms per cubic meter assumes increasing uncertainties in the epi studies below 10? So it's not stating as a fact, it's.
Jim, with all due respect, I have problems with that.
I mean, I guess I would say it's one thing if the statement is that there are fewer studies down at those levels, which I guess is a statement that I would be okay with. And maybe what I'm thinking is that what this also requires is a statement up in the couple paragraphs above, or maybe the paragraph above, about the majority, because I think a statement there saying, because I think one of the things that led me to fall where I fell is that there are some studies with the bulk of the data down there that show, very precise effects in lower levels. Now, there are some studies that show that. If the question is how many, and that one is unhappy with the number that are down there, I see that. But I maybe putting some statement up there will at least, make it obvious that we're not saying it's totally uncertain down in this range, which I would not want someone to come away from the document with the opinion of.
So that's helpful. Maybe to add something up above would be helpful. And I don't know if we want to build on this, if that means calling on Barbara before Jennifer, who's had her hand up for a while, or maybe we're going back to the majority opinion anyway now. Barbara, did you want to say something?
Well, I wondered if Jim, if this helps us, if the sentence instead said also the recommendation of 10 to 11 micrograms per cubic meter emphasizes that there are fewer studies with means below 10, leading to increased uncertainties in the health effects below that level.
Can you say that again, Barbara?
Yeah. Also, the recommendation of 10 to 11 emphasizes that there are fewer studies with means below 10, leading to increased uncertainties in the health effects below that level.
Maybe the increased uncertainties in the body of evidence or something? Because that saying the health effects sort of maybe could imply single studies.
Yeah, body of evidence below that level.
Well, that would work for me.
And Jim, what about, and do we include and the large uncertainties in risk assessment? Does that need to stay?
Well, I think, at least in my opinion, there is very large uncertainty in the way that the risk assessment was performed. And I wrote a section on that. But basically their approach of making all the air dirty in the clean areas and then bringing it back down. So, I mean, I think there's a large overestimation of the benefits in the risk assessment. And so that's the reason why that part is in there.
And nobody had a complaint. I didn't hear a complaint about that language. I think maybe that gets us to where we need to be.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Thank you, Barbara.
Well, if I could just jump on that. So I'm fine with that, but I still think I'm fine with that if we can also insert a phrase in the majority paragraph about there being some studies there.
Yes.
And I'm happy to try and craft something.
Yes, I agree with that also. And since Jennifer was looking to talk about the majority paragraph, I thought we might start going there. And if you can think on the fly faster than I can while chairing the meeting and add the sentence, that would be awesome. Then we can talk about it. So Jennifer.
Yeah, I mean, just to say, I would agree with what Mark just said there. What I was going to say with the majority paragraph in the line 23 to 24, actually line 23 to 25, this argument places more weight on epidemiologic studies with mean concentrations below 10, including some newer studies not cited in the draft ISA. So I was wondering it seems like we're almost emphasizing a couple of these studies that are not cited in the draft ISA. Whereas I think there are plenty that are cited in the draft ISA, and we don't want to not emphasize those. But I just wanted to maybe see what the goal was in that phrase and citing these ones that are not cited in the draft ISA.
Okay, I'm not finding the line, but maybe I'm on the wrong page.
Yeah, I'm on page 16. Starting at the end of line 23 and going to line 24, 25.
Thank you. Yeah.
For maybe if we chop it into 2 sentences, does that help?
I think so. Yeah, because then you would kind of say, put the emphasis and maybe even switching the order. We might want to focus on the ones that are in the ISA that do support this statement. And then say there are also ones that are not in the ISA. And I'm not sure that they're all recent, given the one is a 2018. The word recent may not be the most appropriate there.
Well, we could actually just delete this. This came from a conversation, and I tried to get people to send me references, and I didn't get any. So I looked them up myself and tried to figure it out. My concern with this is kind of all the Medicare data. So it's, even though there's more than one study, it's kind of like all the same data set. And so I'd be okay with just deleting that altogether. And maybe that would solve the problem that you're alerting us to, Jennifer. So just including some newer studies not cited in the supplement with the reference, just delete that.
I think so. If we can then emphasize the ones that are in the ISA supplement.
So that would be good to add references to the Yep. Okay, we'll try to get that. And of course, appreciate anybody who has looked at that carefully and can send those along. I mean, I can look for them too, of course. Barbara, your hand's still up. Is that intentional?
No, sorry.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah, so I wonder where that was just taken out.
Yeah.
You wanted some language. I just did this on the fly, so I'm happy to have it certainly be tweaked or changed. But what about adding places more weight on epidemiologic studies with mean concentrations below 10 micrograms per cubic meter that show positive associations with high precision.
That's good. And then references is what Jennifer's suggesting along with that.
Yes, well, those would be all of the articles that I want in that other section that just groups the low exposure rate studies, but I'll go find them.
Okay. Thank you, appreciate that. I think that solves this whole topic. All right, I was on the wrong page before. So we have now gone through, I think, advice on the primary standards for PM 2.5 all the way through to the end of the annual standard. And now if you start on page 17, line 12, the next text is about 24-hour standard. And that ends on page 18, line 13, or at least this whole section ends. Yeah, it's all about the 24-hour standard from now on. So I'm opening it up for discussion on the 24-hour standard. And Mark, your hand's still up. I assume that's leftover? Yeah. Jennifer.
Yeah, this may be minor, but I just wanted to make sure are we trying to make a distinction in line 12 on page 17? It says most instead of majority. Is that an intentional distinction, or are they supposed to be synonymous?
No, that's maybe left over from what it used to say. It probably should say the majority. Yeah. Because we were doing different language and we switched to majority and minority, tried to be consistent. So we'll fix that. And I had flagged that. I'd flagged all of the majority minority points. So that's most on line 12. That's majority on line 19. That's minority on line 36. And then I had something that I flagged on the last paragraph about future reviews. So maybe we'll come to that later. First, wanted to make sure that everybody's okay with these 3 paragraphs. The majority overview paragraph about the 24-hour standard, and that the level's conditional on the form. Then we talk about the level, the majority opinion, and then we talk about the minority opinion. And that takes us to page 18, line 4. So I'm not seeing any suggested edits. What I'm going to suggest we do is we've just got a few more minutes left. We tackle the last paragraph, and then maybe that'll be a good place to end today. And then I also ask everybody, we have a few days before our meeting on Friday, I ask people to reflect. This is probably one of the most important parts of what we need to reach consensus on. So, feel free, and I'll just open it up at the beginning of the next meeting. Feel free, if there's anything else that comes to mind over the next couple of days, we can start with that discussion again on Friday. So I have flagged at the last paragraph of this section, I had flagged, page 18, line 9, the word recommends that the form be revisited, and I have a suggested insertion in future reviews, because I don't think we're asking for this to be done in this current review at all. So anything else anybody wants to say about this entire advice about the primary standards section? John.
I think it's well done. And I like your insertion about, in the last paragraph, about in future reviews, to be clear.
Okay. All right. So we're just 10 minutes before the end of our meeting, but it's not really time to start anything else. Is there anything else anybody wants to bring up, or anything that we should alert anybody to for the next meeting so that we can prepare? I wanted to mention that in the ISA, I think, Judy, you may know that I didn't want to insert in section 1, I didn't want to insert the new text about climate change that you had for welfare, but that I think that you're making an important point. So ask you either to include it in your individual comments, or maybe to find a place where it may belong in chapter 5 discussion, that's omitted and it's an important thing. Just to make sure that, because it didn't get into what you brought up at the beginning of the ISA, and it didn't get in there because it didn't fit with the scope of the question. But it seemed like an important point. So
yeah, I appreciate that. It is in my individual comment. I could potentially add into the last paragraph of before the microplastic of the ISA summary, but that's appropriate there, because I feel strongly it's important we really kind of ignore the climate and the material damage effects.
yeah, well, I because the scope of the ISA was restricted, it didn't seem to me, it seems to me it fits better in the PA than,
Okay.
to say that it's
Yeah.
and should be talked about more. And so, if it needs to go in the ISA, even though we've approved it, I think we can probably address that.
That's okay. Yeah, that's okay, because Jim clarified that in the section 1 right up, section 1 right up with George Allen this morning. Okay. I think it's appropriate. I think it's adequately addressed.
Okay. Michael, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to raise a point on page 17, line 30.
Oh, wait. Page 17, line 30. Okay.
Okay, talking about the risk assessment might not capture wintertime stagnation, residential wood burn. I'd like to throw in, or I'd like to suggest throwing in the impact of wildfires, which are becoming very influential in short-term exposures.
Okay, so you're suggesting line 30, also adding impact of wildfires.
So Michael, let's see, I've got to find the section to make sure I know where you want to put it, but I know that the reason that came up in the issue with the risk assessment is that the EPA was trying to make sure and throw out the effect, like remove the effect of wildfires in doing the risk assessment, right? Because of the exceptional event thing. But in doing that, they removed, they probably removed other data, other types of data too. So the same kinds of locations that have wintertime stagnation and wood smoke from residential wood burning, often are the same places that have wildfire issues. And so in an attempt to make sure that the wildfire didn't affect the risk assessment, those areas are which are probably the kinds of places where the daily standard would be controlling, were not considered in the risk assessment. I think it's not that we don't care about wildfires, but that's what happened with some of us were afraid that in doing it that way, there could very well be areas those would be the kinds of areas that would be where the 24-hour standard would be controlling. Does that make sense? Or does that, I don't know.
Yeah, so let's maybe, given the amount of time we have left, I'm going to see what John wants to weigh in, and if we need to iterate on this point, well, it'll be one of the topics that we'll come back to first thing on Friday when we revisit this section. And then there can be some offline discussion as needed about this point. Is that what you were gonna, or did you want to?
Well, I was just gonna support what Barbara said. That was the thinking. Barbara, we actually had that discussion in the unofficial PM 2.5 panel. So I agree that we don't want to burden the risk assessment for this review with consideration of wildfire smoke, as much as I care about it, as I've obviously made clear. But I think that the issue that Barbara just discussed is important. You know, they can't exclude areas that have a lot of winter stagnation and wood smoke exposure from fireplaces and stoves. And that happens throughout, it happens in your state, Leanne, as well as mine.
Right. I continue to wonder, I live in North Carolina, but I keep defending the western third of the country, but.
We appreciate that, Barbara.
Okay.
I understand those issues.
So it sounds like that may not need to be added, and whatever additional iteration wants to happen offline, I welcome. And we can, anything that we need to revisit in public, we'll do first thing on Friday morning. So I think with that, we made good progress today. I'm fairly happy with that. We have 2 more chapters to go, and the policy assessment, and then the letter. So with that, I'm gonna turn it back over to Aaron to close the meeting.
Yes, so we can be recessed until Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern time. We'll see y'all then.
Thank you.
Thanks, Leanne.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thanks all.
Hey. Well. Will, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yep. What's up?
Hey, no, he called me. So this is what's going on. They're bidding on this. They're bidding on this project with Homeland Security to do, I think he said 8 to 9 hours of filming in like Woodrow somewhere. It's up here. It's in Virginia.
Yeah.
And so the way he described it is there's 6 to 8 people sitting in a room. 6 to 8 people are sitting in a room. We're recording the conversation. They're probably going to need lighting and microphones. They're trying to find a location in their building, probably a conference center kind of thing to do this.
Okay.
You'll probably need, I would say, I don't know, 6 to 8 people around the table. How many cameras do you think you're going to need?
I mean, depends on what we're doing with the footage, but I'd say
so that's what he's not sure about. So I mean, I was taking the notes as I was talking to him. You know, so this is what I got out of it. Sitting in a room, 6 to 8 people having a conversation. It might be like an interview style thing. We record the conversation. He wants to make sure that we can record it. The lighting is correct and everything is captured that they're doing. It's scheduled for March 9th. Probably 8 to 9 hours, which seems like a long time. And then they're going to create something that's about 5 minutes long afterwards, a 3 to 5 minute video. does that seem long for you to be recording for 9 hours for a 5-minute video, or is it just me?
I mean, that's some serious highlights, man. That's all
Right,
we're gonna
that's-
get out of 9 hours of content?
That's kind of what I thought, but I thought I would just run it by you before I said anything.
Yeah, that's a little off the normal ratio.
Huh?
That's off the normal ratio, you know?
Okay.
You should be able to get at least, I mean, depends on the content too. If it's just speeches, obviously you're gonna get almost everything, but
Right.
what are they doing? Is there a script or?
I think we're going to end up having to have a conversation with him, conversation with the client. But that's, because then I said, well, what's the end product? Are they trying to create a video for this? Is this trying to put footage for something? He said he's going to have to check with the client, but he's very, just between you and I, he's very guarded, and like even with EPA, he does not want me to talk to the contracting officer. So he wants to be that conduit. So you're gonna have to.
I mean, dude, I have to talk to the end user before I do something.
Yeah, no. But I won't. Between you and I to kind of manage this, yes, we're going to end up having to talk to them eventually, but let him kind of feel important on the front end.
Okay.
And then at some point, I mean, this is next week. So at some point, he's going to have to kind of take himself out of the loop on this, and because he didn't even know if we are definitely doing the recording, but he wasn't sure if we were doing the condensing of these 8 to 9 hours of whatever.
Yeah. No, I'll definitely edit it also.
Right. Well, I asked him, I'm like, are we editing this? Are we editing this down to this 3 to 5 minutes? I don't know. I have to check with them. So that's kind of, I'm like, and then they want it to be 5-way compliant. Basically, I'm like, okay, you have the video, you just need a closed caption on it. And other than that, you satisfy the requirement.
Sure.
So that's kind of where we are with it. 8 to 9 hours. What would you charge per hour?
I mean, again, dude, it depends on what we're doing. If it's a round table for 6 to 8 people, I mean, we've got to, we've got to do at least 4-point lighting. I'm going to have at least 2 cameras. I mean, that's kind of.
I was thinking 2, maybe even 3, depending. Yeah,
I'd like just a catch-all shot. But I mean, God, if you're only trying to get 3 minutes out of 9 hours, I could probably get by.
I could film it off of my phone.
And get off of 2 cameras, man.
Okay.
But I definitely need, the right way to do it is to have 3 people, at least. But I could probably get away with me producing it and doing the audio, and then having somebody covering the cameras. But again, it all comes down to what the purpose of it is.
Right. That he wasn't. Yeah, because I asked that question when I was talking to him. I said, well, why don't you just? He goes, no, I want you to kind of manage. I'm like, I don't really want to manage it.
If you're gonna, if they really are shooting 9 hours or whatever you're saying and going to 3 minutes, you're gonna have to get it transcribed, and they're gonna have to tell you what they want out of it.
Okay, so we need to get a trend.
I mean, I can do it. I'm just saying,
it's run it through Zoom. Can we transcribe it? I'm just thinking aloud.
Yeah, I mean, probably lift it off the video.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah.
So let's, for right now, can you do a budget for just recording it? And if you have to edit it, basically said this, I can basically put the language in that this does not include any editing post recording.
Yeah. I mean, you can give them some per hour for editing or something, but again,
right.
It depends on
right.
what
Yeah. That's another way to do it. That makes more sense. Yes.
Yeah. All right. And you think it's going to be at Homeland Security or somewhere else?
He told me like it's something Woodrow Wilson Boulevard. So basically it's Northern Virginia.
Okay. Do I need my real ID and all that yet or not? Okay.
No, not yet. Real ID kicks in April of next year.
Okay. Yeah, all right, let me slap something together.
Guess you haven't done one yet either.
No, well.
I'm
Last
like,
building I was in was like HHS, I think. A while ago, dude.
I'm right there with you. I don't even give a shit.
Yeah, I mean, God, I'm not sure I want to go, but anyway, yeah, let me figure this out. I mean, I could do a budget, but man, I'd really like a little more info. Like, even what format are we doing? You think?
Well, I think so. I think just do a budget. Just do a budget.
Yeah, all right.
But I would be very specific what your budget covers, if that makes sense.
It does.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we'll kind of go from there. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. And when's the bid due?
Yeah.
It's
Once you send it to me, I'll just kind of go through it with you and see, what are we missing and what when I do the budget, I'm like, this is what this includes, blah, blah, blah. You need to kind of, but you need to kind of put your time in for coming up here and going home.
Yeah.
So think about that as well. At some point this week, I mean, because he needs to get more answers on this. Because I said, well, why don't you just talk to him? He goes, oh no, I want you to. I'm like, I don't really want to work on this. I'm like, it's them telling him telling me, and me telling you.
Let me talk to him, man.
Huh?
Let me talk to him. Somebody's got to talk to somebody to get the right answers.
I don't even think he understands what he's asking for, because like me not being an AV person was asking him questions he couldn't even answer.
Yeah.
So,
So the thing is, if it's 8 or 9 hours, I need time to set up and.
Yeah, right. That's true too. I mean, so you got to put some time to set up in there, to some time to break down. Yep.
I mean, what's 8 or 9 hours to them? Is it 8 to 5 or 8 to 4? Or,
March 9th, 8 to 9 hours is what he said. And that I mean, I literally was writing down as verbatim what he was saying.
I mean, without a script or a program.
So yeah, and somebody needs to be writing the script.
No, but I just can't believe that there's going to be 8 or 9 hours of something.
I don't think it's 8 to 9 hours.
It doesn't sound right, dude. So,
which federal agency is working 8 to 9 hours? Sorry.
Yeah. All right. I'll slap something together.
All right. So I'll touch base with you tomorrow. How did everything go today? I was kind of in and out of.
That was perfect, man.
Sorry about that this morning. I realized as I was looking at it, what I clicked on it, and I probably clicked too fast.
You mean your echo thing?
Yeah. And
I knew it wasn't on my end. But man, what the deal with that lady sent me the Zoom link back for that other meeting? I mean, we're okay. Oh, you're gonna do it on Zoom next time, right? On Monday?
Yes, I need to. I haven't kind of gone back to that, but
I don't know what that was all about.
Oh, it's not a lady. ALA is a man.
Oh, dude. Whatever.
Yeah, they're hot mess. But if you want to create a link for next week Monday's meeting and send it to me, and I will just say in lieu so that we're all on Zoom and getting comfortable with it. That's how I will spin it.
I think that's
go ahead and set up a Zoom meeting.
Yeah, either that, or I'm happy to do that. I'll do it right this second, or we can use the link for the 15th, which is the same link for no, I don't want to do that because then I might be stuck on the 7th.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'll make a new one.
Let's not fuck that one up.
Yeah, or the 14th. I mean, I don't want to get stuck on that. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're talking about
next week.
We're talking about the.
So the next meeting is the 7th at 8:45 a.m.
The next meeting is the 7th at 8:45. Okay, before Tom's meeting. Okay.
Yeah, Tom. Yeah. So you have Tom Wednesday this week, and just be happy you had a meeting today because I talked to him for about 2 hours today.
I like Tom, man. He's cool.
I actually I like him. I really do. I really like him. He's so detailed, but good God, he's like detailed too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we talked last Saturday or Friday, whatever it was. Yeah, he and I talked. We talked through the whole thing Friday, I guess it was.
He goes, he called it. Oh, I just want to make sure that this is still good. That I'm like Tom. I just checked it. I'm checking it. I'm
Nervous,
like,
man. This is his Super Bowl, dude. So,
I guess it is Super Bowl for him.
it is. You better believe it. So, all right.
All right.
All right.
Thanks you. I will talk to you tomorrow and Wednesday and Friday.
Okay. Look forward to it.
Lucky me.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Bye.